1152 is a great example. That's your regional health districts or regionalized health districts. Um, a lot of these things we've expressed our concerns, our opinions, and what we've got from the legislators, whether it's the sponsors or the chairs of the committee or whatever it might be, is a response saying, we hear you, we understand you, and we are going to do our best to accommodate you. We promise there will be amendments on the floor and these things will be changed. And the reason we've been given is, well, we haven't had time because of the online session, and meetings take longer. There's less time in the day to really kind of multitask. And so we haven't got a really good time here together to pull these bills into where they need to be. And we're going to do it, we promise, on the floor. And so what we're looking at here is the lobbyists are left kind of looking at this stuff going, okay, well, do you have any language? No, we don't have any language yet, but we promise we're going to make it better. And our Republican friends in the legislature are in the same boat. We don't know what it's going to look like. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know how these things are going to come out of off the floor, I guess, out of caucus. And we're just kind of all sitting here going, well, I guess we're just going to watch TVW today and see what amendments pop out, because they're not being shared. And we're, I think they just really haven't got to them. And so we're sitting here going, well, all right, if you weren't able to figure these things out in the first 2 months, you had all the time in the world to discuss and come up with options. What makes you think we're going to be able to figure it out in 2 weeks and get it off the floor? So what may very well happen, it's a likely possibility, is, we'll get these things, some of them will come off the floor and they're being pushed very hard. Some of these bills will come off the floor and we're not entirely sure which ones are yet or what form they're going to be. And I'm guessing they're probably going to do a little bit of work on them, push them over to the opposite house and say, we're going to finish them up in that committee. So rather than the two houses, working not as opponents, but independently and doing their own legislation, it's kind of looking like it's going to be one smooth kind of flow through. Now, with that, a lot of these bills are going to come out of the floor action and go into the opposite house in a condition that, we're not okay with, or where we're like, well, that was a little bit of a compromise, but we're still not okay with it. And we know that in order to stay at the negotiating table and know what's going on, WASAC, the association, has had to take a little bit more of a soft approach to this. So by that, I mean, as opposed to coming out con on the bills and just saying, we oppose this, it's not good for our counties, it's not good for anything. They've had to come out and say, well, we have concerns with this bill, and here's our concerns. And if basically, if you gut the bill and make it so it doesn't actually have to be implemented, then we're okay with it. So it's a soft no. But what we're hearing right now, especially from the minority party, they're saying, look, if you guys want us to try and step out in front of this stuff, we need you to sign in and testify con. So we know WASAC really, in order to be able to stay relevant and stay in the conversation, can't do that. So my recommendation here is, I think commissioners, and I can do it as well at your direction. I think we need to start getting out in front of some of the stuff that we're opposed to, whether it's a compromise or not. If we, it's like, hey, look, we know this is coming. The compromise is going to come no matter what, even though we don't like it and we know it's still coming. I think we need to register that negative opinion, that con, so that the legislators know, and at least help our legislators out when they're on the floor or in committee and saying, well, give them something to point to. And it may or may not make a big difference, but I think it's definitely, needs to be registered, that even though we know it's coming and it might be a compromise that we have to live with, we still don't like it. And we haven't been able to really register those opinions to date. And we've been hoping that our input will be heard. And so far we have a promise, and hopefully it's not an empty promise, but we will see as we, pull into this next 2 weeks And I can tell you that coming out of the Democratic caucus, which controls both the House and the Senate, obviously, amendments aren't being shared. The run lists as of 6 or 7 o'clock last night for today, nobody knew what was on the list. And so we're all kind of in the background here trying to play catch up. Only thing we can do is be reactionary. And so as we come through the next week or two, up to the next cutoff, which is the House of Origin cutoff on the 8th, we're just going to kind of have to take the blows as they come, adjust, and make a plan for the second half of session. So this is not a report like I've ever given before. This hasn't ever happened in my over decade over there that I've been doing this. And so we're all kind of on our heels. If there are specific bills, obviously there's a bunch of stuff coming out. As that comes out of the House, we'll have the Senate, we'll have a better idea of what we're going to need to, address. But as it is, I don't really have too much in terms of policy or the fiscal bills to tell you, other than my recommendation. If there's something you have a specific question about, I will do my best to answer it. One thing I will throw out there, and I know we've talked about it before, and I know Wasatch has talked about it, is House Joint Resolution 4205, which specifically talks about, it sounds fantastic. It specifically talks about how, all people and animals and everybody has the right to enjoy a clean environment. Well, this joint resolution would add that language, which is extremely broad. I can't emphasize enough how broad the language is, into the Constitution. And it could be, while it sounds absolutely fantastic, if this was in the Constitution, something along the lines of, hey, vehicles, cars, trucks, tractors, whatever, pollute. Therefore, since it's in our Constitution that everyone has the right to enjoy a clean environment, we are now banning all vehicles that burn fossil fuels. That literally would be something that would be constitutionally allowed if this were to go through. It's a very extreme example, but it would fall within the purview of this language. So we definitely have some concerns about some things like that. That one's still sitting in policy committee, but there is a lot of chatter kind of behind the scenes that they would love to see it. To give you another example of something where, the compromise isn't exactly anything that we would want, would be the capital gains tax. They introduced it at 9%. Okay, hey, we'll pull it back to 7%. And it's kind of looking like it may come out to 3 or 4%. Well, a 3 or 4% capital gains tax isn't anything that I think your constituents would be happy with anyway. But it was kind of the original goal, was to hit that 3 or 4% on the compromise. And, I think that would be a great example of where, if that one keeps moving, we come out and say, while this is a compromise, 3 or 4% is better than 9%. We still don't like it. The people we represent, our constituents, really don't want this capital gains tax. So that's my oddball update. Is there anything that you guys specifically have questions about that I can maybe answer, or any feedback you have, or anything you really want to watch?
Questions for Zach? Well, I have a couple of questions that I don't know that you're going to be able to answer. Are the anti-gun measures moving forward, and are the anti-police measures moving forward?
Yes, a lot of the anti-gun ones have kind of stalled out, but the defund the police bills do seem to have legs, specifically the ones that are talking about removing the tools for officers. We're not, that's again one that we have promises from the sponsors, because they go into basically they're going to put our officers into a position where the only option they're going to have is to A, let somebody go, or B, shoot them, because they're taking away any tools they might have, from pepper spray to canine units to any sort of tear gas or something like that. And the big conversations we've been having on that one is, okay, while in say Seattle or Tacoma, a guy gets in trouble, one of your deputies or your officers gets in trouble, there's somebody 30 seconds away, maybe a minute or two maximum. Well, in Klickitat County, if you got a deputy on one end of the county and the other one's on the other end of the county, that deputy's best backup is the neighbor with a shotgun, because their coworkers, the other deputy who may or may not be on duty is at least a half an hour away. And a lot can happen even in a minute. So that's where, we're trying to make the bill sponsors aware of these things. I can tell you right now that it is a huge push, and there will be, at least following the police, and whether it's community oversight or, removal of some of the military-like weapons or military tools, I think is the buzzword there, from their arsenals. I mean, including tanks and rocket launchers and things like that. I mean, I think we're okay giving the rocket launchers and tanks back, but don't take away our dogs and pepper spray and tear gas and things like that for when we really need it. But that is coming. They absolutely are going to pass something like that. And again, they're promising to amend it on the floor and make it better. So we're in a holding pattern.
Are you?
Jake, anything?
Nope, I'm good.
Can you, Zach, the 13, yes, it is 1332 if I'm remembering. I gotta look.
Oh yes, your property tax
Property
deferral.
tax, right.
Yeah, so that one also has a lot of legs. So does Mike Voles' bill,
Yeah.
Representative Voles. That's 1410 or 1401. His bill is very similar to that.
Right.
Again, we still have the issue where, we're asking, they're giving us a grant or a loan program to bridge the income that we would normally get to, from our property taxes to be able to pay back, levies, whether it's school levies or other district levies. Because there's going to be that deficit from, June, July, all the way through October. The question on this one is, where is the money from the state? Because there's a grant or a loan program from the state to be able to do that. The state auditor had no idea about that. And so we're hoping that we'll be able to put that one down in the floor action or in committee or with a fiscal note or something. They're trying to figure out what that looks like. The arguments coming, back from the bill sponsors as well. It's an application process and you're not compelled to do it. And, again, this is one of those where we're like, well, we don't really need this. Please don't do this to us.
Right.
So we do have a promise on that one that they're going to figure out where the state funding to bridge that gap is going to come from. Again, we haven't seen any language.
Right, and how are the fiscal note folks supposed to estimate what the fiscal impact is? I just.
That's been a really good question. And I think, at the Wasatch Steering Committee on Friday, they did bring in the some of the OFM folks and talking about that. But the problem is they don't know. And
Right.
that really is the answer.
That's why I was kind of curious what your impression of that, because I was on that Zoom and
yeah,
basically after a 45-minute presentation, it was just basically, we don't know.
Well, and that's where they're like, well, we put out partial fiscal notes, and the problem with that is that, a partial fiscal note tends to, like, you can just grab onto it, like, well, it's only $400,000. That's not big.
Yeah.
But there's indeterminates out there and unknowns, and nobody grabs onto that. They just grab on, oh, it's 400,000 partial fiscal note. We're good.
Right.
And so, yeah, you're spot on that. And I think they are making an effort to try and figure that out, but there's still this disconnect, from obviously there's a disconnect from the legislators down to the local legislative authority, which is you guys.
Right.
It's a pretty big gap there. They don't seem to remember or understand, even if they were commissioners. Some of them get it, but some of them don't. But there's also a bigger gap from, policy staff or committee staff or, code revisers or OFM down to the local implementation.
Right.
And I think they're trying to figure out how to bridge that gap.
Well, I guess
But they
that's the question I'm having is that we are so hamstrung trying to communicate with legislators to educate them because we in the past we've had this issue and we're able to go sit down, explain to them, okay, this is what the actual impact is on the ground, because obviously the state, deferring property tax is really a pretty minor, or it's a much smaller part of state funding. And so they're not particularly concerned about it, but it's a huge component of county funding. And so the impacts are disproportionate. And I don't think they're getting that. Or they just don't care, where it's like, it's not our problem. You'll just figure it out. And then, understanding the impacts is if you remove the penalties, there's no incentive for you. Why would I pay my taxes on time if I can delay up to 3 years and pay no interest? Why would I do that? That would be stupid.
And the other side of that is if the state's going to give a county a loan, they're not going to do it for free.
Exactly.
So now the county's going to be paying the interest on this for people, and you can't increase. There's no penalties, so you can't increase the amount that you collect.
Right.
So in effect, if you say the interest is whatever percentage that interest is that the state charges you, is literally a direct percentage hit on what you would normally collect on the bottom line.
On the bottom line.
So
I don't know.
That is definitely a concern, and this is a great example of where I was talking. I think it will be important here to watch and see how these bills come off the floor, because we do have those promises. But once they come off the floor, if there's something that is not good, which there's going to be, I promise you that, we need to get out in front of it. And I think that, that's with constituents, that's with, you guys as well, as county commissioners. And I absolutely, as long as you guys are okay with it, obviously, will sign in just straight opposed to these things. And I think that's important that while Wasatch can't, again, I think it's important that we register that opinion. So at least they know.
Right. Okay. Anything else? All right. I think that's enough great news for one day, Zach. So.
Well, it's my pleasure. As always, call or email anytime. And as things pop up here and we learn more, I will keep you informed. And like I said, it's going to be after the fact because they're just throwing out run lists without any heads up. So we'll be watching.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
This could be the messiest one ever.
It is.
With zero input.
Zero input. That's the frustrating part.
I think they know it, and I think they're trying to ram things through that they know would normally not get through. So
unless you're just going to hang out watching TVW all day, every day, it is. It's like you don't have any idea what's going on, and you can't get to anybody.
Well, and I think this is, maybe it's just me, but I feel the least amount of our input would actually make a difference on anything versus most years, or even citizens' input for that matter. I think they're quite content on zero transparency and just ramming through what they want to do. And I don't know, scary.
It sounds like when they say we're going to get to the compromise, they've already decided where they're going to get.
Oh, yeah. That's.
Well, I will say I have very little faith in the promise that, we're going to fix this on the floor.
Yeah. Well, anytime you rush through something like that, it's going to be messy. It's going to be mistakes. It's going to have to get amended later. You're going to have errors. It's just bad policy. I don't care if it's, pro your side or against your side. You rush something through, it's bad policy.
Well, and they really aren't communicating with each other. No. Because they can't, they're not, it's just a weird.
Well, they can, but I think some of them are using COVID saying, oh no, we can't. Because it gives them more power. So,
Well, that's why I wish they, in fairness, they really shouldn't be doing anything major this session. They should have.
Or postponed session until
Until the-
COVID was a little
Right,
better.
so they could actually have a meaningful process. You don't make these huge things with basically no public input because nobody can get to you.
Right, but see, that's our opinion. I think some of their opinion is this is perfect. We should do this every year.
Well, I mean, and honestly, we hear that from our own constituents with us, and that is a concern where it is really hard to have a public process in this format that it's as in depth and that people really feel like they had an opportunity. It is more difficult. But we're not trying to do like the whole thing all in, 120 days.
Or do our budget without any input from anybody.
So, I don't know.
I don't have a lot of hope, but usually
We'll
pretty
do our
op-
best and we will
Usually
pick up the pieces
optimistic,
next year.
but on this one, I'm not so optimistic. Well, it's gotta be horrible for the lobbyists too, because I mean, for the most part, they're just sitting at home making phone calls that nobody's answering.
Or watching TV double.
Yeah. I don't know, you're just getting the same amount of pay.
Well, that's true too, but it's the same idea. Are you getting the bang for your buck from your lobbyists this year? And the answer for the most part is no.
No.
But, it is what it is.
I guess that would depend on who your lobbyist is and on what side they're on.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Some
but I don't
lobbyists
think the
you're getting,
lobbyists on either side are really doing anything.
who do you think wrote all these bills that are getting through the,
That's true.
That's true. Somebody did.
Yeah, it sure wasn't the elected. I don't know. Usually by now we just have a little bit of insight on where we're going, but we'll find out eventually, I guess.
it's a brave new world.
Yeah.
Sure glad we chose the blackout curtain.
Are you getting
No,
glare?
I'm in a good spot right now, but give it a few minutes.
Yeah, I'm glad in the new building then that there's no windows behind us because that could really get some heat going on your back. Huh. Since we're killing time.
Mhm.
Have you guys signed up to do that journey through Klickitat County Visitors Guide with the Sentinel?
Yeah, I need to send that email back.
I think she said it had to be done by Friday, so I was going to roll over and do it. I was just reminding you. So I have updates on nuisance cleanup, I have updates on potable water, and I have Sentinel's pricing if we want to do ads for our appointments for boards, and I can either discuss any of that now or wait till board pending or whatever you want.
You can, I guess, if you don't mind, you can start now. if you
Well, I was
want.
gonna say, I already got 4 minutes, it's
Yeah.
really just sitting around, which one do you want to hear? Let's go, we're talking Sentinel, let's talk Sentinel.
Okay.
So 3-column by 5-inch, black and white is $237.50. If you want color, it's another $150. 3-column by 10-inch is $255, another $12. For black and white, again, color's another $150. So definitely the 3x10 is better than the 3x5 as far as pricing. I don't know if you guys had any interest in color or just black and white. I don't know what we want to throw out there. I did talk to Lou, gave Lou a rundown, gave him kind of a short list of what's coming up in the next 4 months, told him to reach out to both of you for your input on running an ad. He said it was newsworthy. So hopefully he'll get it in
He'll do
the next paper, but if he hasn't reached out, I was kind of curious because Lee said she hasn't reached out to her yet, so. But anyway, those are the pricings. Think about it and let me know if you're interested or not, or how we would do that.
I'd be curious too to see what your plan was
Or,
for advertising.
Oh,
That's gonna be a substantial
Good morning.
bit to the
Morning,
budget.
Dave.
it could be interesting, yeah.
Morning, Dan. How you doing, Lee?
I'm good.
And it would be cheaper, obviously, if we just
Now
put a
wait,
small little thing in the
There you
section.
go.
But I don't think anybody
You got an
needs
extra
to
one on
legal
your
section either.
I do, yes.
Sir.
I also don't know that we need to have
Different
multiple
direction.
weeks.
Oh.
Or
Yeah.
color, or, anything else, but that's up to you guys, whatever. we come up
You
with.
already got one of those, I think.
Yeah, I think I did.
Yeah.
You always come with so much paper.
And to give you something to read between now and next week.
Oh, well, this is.
I'll give you one in a, I can't give you one now. I got an extra. You already got one of these, I think, when we're doing budgets.
Oh, yeah.
I was actually gonna ask you to bring me one of these, and that was like a month ago, and I forgot to ask.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
One more thing.
How
I think-
the front picture has no safety harnesses or fall protection.
Yeah.
West
They didn't
Coast
need
Steel
that.
Works.
That was a while ago.
Yeah.
They were tougher back then.
Yeah.
Is that the original construction of the BZ Bridge?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, is he roped off here?
No,
Or is that?
they're jousting. It's one guy trying to knock the other guy off the
Yeah,
pier.
yeah.
That's why they're over water.
Yeah.
They can swim.
Well, you got lots of information for us today. Oh. That could be interesting.
All right, whenever you're ready, Gordy.
Okay. A few things on the consent agenda. First one is advertising to refill our maintenance tech position that we talked to you about last week. Item number 8 is an easement for Courtney Road project with the Forest Service. So the paperwork, when you sign it, says draft, but that's how they do it. And then they replace the guts, which say draft, with the real ones that don't. I'm like, why don't you do that in the first place if we're okay with it? But that's how they do it.
That's their process.
So we're like, okay, fine.
Okay.
So anyway, so don't be too alarmed when you see that. That's how they do it. And then item number 9 is a contract and bond for the striping contract for this year's maintenance striping and chip seal striping. Item number 10, so these are on-call people for archaeology, structural, are items number 10, 11, and 12, and on-call surveying services for when we need a licensed surveyor to stamp the drawing. And
How much, that's like the archaeologist on, how much do we historically use that? I mean, I know it's got a maximum, I think 30,000.
so every project we do this.
We use her a lot.
Yeah, we have to, yeah. And then sometimes, some projects, they have to be there when they're excavating. So it just depends on the area, but they're the most reasonable people that we found.
Yes.
And they've been very good at helping us get through the process
Okay.
with the AHP. So they're worth their weight in gold.
Yeah, it's a good working relationship with the tribes, which is
Okay.
important.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, actually, the annual striping was awarded last week or a couple of weeks ago, and then we're onto the bid and the bond contract. So it's a little farther than that. Courtney Road, we signed, we got signatures from 2 of the 3 remaining people. So we have one left to go, and yeah, we're closer. I think we're really close with that person, but we're not there yet. Still, as soon as we get that, then we'll talk about construction, advertising. Old Mountain's on ad till the 9th. Our STP pavers for Roosevelt and Garland. And we still probably have we're probably about 8 weeks from approval with WashDOT. So that one will be late. The grant funded safety, we have about 2 weeks before we get approval to go out on those. So those will go out fairly soon. Let's see, so it looks like winter might be close to being over now. Maybe some
Say it
weather.
out loud.
Yeah, here's some wood.
Yes.
So we're I think winding down on those kind of winter activities and the intensity of that, and starting to work into more of our brushing again. And Bickleton guys are doing some cleanup in the quarries, our reclamation, so we can get rid of some of those old quarries that still exist over there. West End, cleaning up brush and trees, and winter, still a little bit of winter activity, filling potholes and those kinds of things. The facility, so the new building, windows continue to be installed. They kind of started on the east end and they're working around the front. I think they're trying to get the first floor closed in, so eventually they'll be able to secure that first floor with doors and windows. And they're looking for last week they were looking to do a first floor closure approval from the city, but that got delayed for mostly their reasons, which are good for us because we still have some electrical conduit to run on the first floor for the commissioner's chambers, the changes that we've made. And so that helps us not to receive some or incur some kind of delay fee. So I think last week we submitted our request for new conduit, and there was only basically one thing that needed to be fed from the first floor. So I think that's doable, provided our architect and the electrical engineer can turn around a plan to the contractor. But we submitted our stuff last week, so I think we're okay. The roofing subcontractor is not here this week, so hopefully we'll get another window of good weather. And
I saw fellows up on the roof this morning. What are they? I was hoping it was the roofing contractor, but
not yet.
they don't know what they're doing up there.
No, they have HVAC stuff, and there's still a lot of equipment and things that they're putting up there. I don't know what it is. All the subs keep working on all the various items. Let's see, anything else? I don't think there's anything else new. We're still on schedule. I think the furniture is going to kill me. It's probably the hardest thing of the whole job. But we've kind of put the furniture people on hold for a while because they were heading down directions that I don't think any of us wanted to go with pretty modern stuff. And then when they came back last week, they still didn't have anything. And so we said, you just need to stop till we get a product that we're interested in. And so that's kind of where we're at. They sent some stuff, and I thought I was going to bring it in, have something to bring in from yesterday, but we're not there yet. So
How hard could this be?
most of the suppliers, it seems like, because we've looked to, it's pretty modern stuff. And so I think finding some things that are on a contract. So our issue now is we're buying this big volume of furniture. And so what we tried to do was go tag one of these large purchasing agreements. Sourcewell is one, and Omni is another one for furniture and those kinds of things. And so otherwise you have to advertise yourself, and it's takes a lot of time. And so anyway, so that's kind of what we tried to do. And we're looking at steel cases, kind of thinking cubicles and those kinds of things, and they have lots of products. But unfortunately, I think most of their stuff is fairly modern. There's a few that they submitted yesterday that are not too bad, but I wanted to have more options before we look at anything. So I just feel like we're not quite there yet. So I'll send them to Jake when I get something, and then maybe we can have a discussion and look at it. But I don't think they're there yet.
I guess the question is for you guys, do you guys want some real modern looking furniture, or are you more interested in traditional?
Well, my personal preference is I'm not really wild about the modern stuff, but it's not like I want, medieval stuff, but there's a reason classic things are classic, because they look good forever, basically. They're functional and they work, and but I guess it's going to be what we can get, and is it functional? Is it affordable? Will it do the job? It seems like we should be able to find that kind of fits everything without, but I mean, I guess it's kind of a personal preference, and it's that furniture is going to be in there for a long time. So
I don't think.
Durable is good.
I'm gonna interrupt, I apologize.
Yeah.
I don't think it's unreasonable to at least get furniture that looks as nice as treasurer's office, the assessor's office. That all looked really nice. This stuff is pretty plain. I mean, it's like taking a folding table and just propping it up.
Yeah.
And I think what kills them is there's this modern trend, these chairs that look like they're, something you'd put out as a lawn chair into your yard.
Right.
And that's kind of the style, but it makes everything look kind of odd. Just if you had some other furniture that was normal, it might look okay. But anyway, I think we'll get there. We're just not there yet.
Have you also asked the departments how much they want to transfer? Like, I mean, some of these people, like Ruby, has brand new office furniture that good luck trying to get her to take on some of this stuff.
Yeah, I think we have those issues, and then not everybody, but there are a few like that, and I think that makes total sense to do that where we can.
It would be good to know all that ahead of time before we get too far down, the full purchasing path. But
Yeah.
But I'm in agreement with Gordy. I mean, I haven't seen anything I'd even want to take around to my departments to be
Have a
like,
look at.
pick one of three, and
Yeah,
you might
right.
have them just throw up in your lap.
Right. Yeah, I mean, generally, I don't want too many choices.
No.
I mean, but I want to have something that's decent, that it's, sometimes you have three and it's like, okay, I absolutely hate that. I like this, I could live with that. That's good. Not, I hate all of it. I super hate it. That should be burned. Or, really? Are they giving it to us? If you shop at Salvation Army, actually that might be preferable, honestly. So, yeah.
Yeah.
But I know what you're having, just bought some new furniture. Personally, going through the furniture store, it actually made it fairly easy, because it was like, this is all hideous. And, okay, here we go. That, I don't even need to look at that. That's awful.
Selections are now limited.
Yes. So I don't know, your thoughts.
Whatever. I'm a simplest. You throw me up a card table and a chair, as long as my big butt don't break the chair, I'm happy with it. So I will leave furniture to the more involved people with furniture.
All right, well, we'll get some choices that we can live with.
Would you forward me those ones that they sent yesterday?
I will, yeah.
I do have one question while we're on furniture. Is there much of a price difference between the styles?
It depends on the manufacturer, really. But no, they're all kind of similar. You know, I think to me, I want to make sure we get good quality furniture.
Right. That's what I'm mostly.
Yeah, and I think you can buy cheaper furniture, but it's cheaper.
Right, and I'm fine with spending more for quality that's gonna last. But if, you know, one flavor is, you know, 50% more money than a
Right.
different flavor,
Yeah.
then I don't know, I still think it would look ugly, and I'd hate to be cheap and look ugly, so. I don't know, throw some saddles in there on some 2x4s, it'll be fine.
We'll find a balance between something that works and is affordable and all those other things, and we actually like or can live with. Courthouse entry project. We are in the process of reviewing the bid and making sure that the contractor is able to do architectural concrete. Because that's really important, especially for the front steps, which will be a challenging for someone. So I think we're not ready to move anything forward yet. Jail control board, our opening or going live is delayed. Went down, Jeff and I and Rick went down last week to look at the pile of wires that the two guys on their knees are cutting and putting connectors on and labeling, and it's a daunting job. And so I think it's a lot more involved than they thought originally. So we won't, it'll be either the end of this week or next week before we're transferred over. So it's taking longer than they thought. But the sheriff staff seems to think it's still working okay in the temporary control room, and we'll get them in there as soon as we can. But it is delayed. Radio sites.
Nothing new. We're still working with the consultant.
Sorry. I was gonna say, for the record, you'd make my life way easier when that gets finished. I hear about it.
I'm sure.
Yes.
Yeah, it's an involved job, and I think the original one was done differently than anybody could have imagined, and somehow it worked for years and years, but
But I've also heard the phrases like, I don't know how they can do their job and understand what the heck's going on with all those wires coming all over the place. And so it sounds like I haven't looked at it personally, but it sounds like a mess down there. So I understand the delay, and I think they do too. They just, anyway, sorry.
want it to be done.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody does. Yep. Klickitat site, I know they're working on that one, painting, installing power, generators, all those kinds of things to finish that one up so it's ready.
Building the slab for the generator. Generator is still a few weeks out.
Let's see, so we're kind of on the follow-up issues, so I just wanted to at least say what this is. So we've tried to do now, but we have been collecting and putting together kind of organized, systematic plans for how we do operations in roads, how we decide what we do, what's a priority as far as safety, pavement surfaces, bridges, all those kinds of things. And we've kind of summarized it into one report that, if you want an electronic copy, we can send that over. This is a printed version, which includes what we have accomplished, where we're heading this year, where we're heading in the next 6 years for road, as far as road construction, how we prioritize what we got as far as funding, federal, state, local, landfill funds.
Federal, state, local funding, obviously these numbers are missing zeros. How many zeros are they missing?
Let's see, 4,800, I think they're they're in thousands.
They're in thousands.
Yeah.
So they're missing.
So adding 2 zeros would accomplish the task.
Yes.
Three zeros.
So instead of 10, that,
Oh, so-
10 million.
Okay, got it. So it's 10,000 and just, yeah, I got it,
Yeah.
100,000, 50,000.
Yeah.
50. Yeah, for 550.
Well, I was looking at the pie chart, so.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's probably easier. Yeah, so then we have the pie charts that kind of look at how we're, a different way of looking at the funding breakdowns. And then looking at this is our expenditure plan for the next 6 years, where we anticipate getting money from is on page 10. For those projects for the next 6 years. Page 11 shows we try and keep a reserve. Actually, we have to keep a reserve. So at the first of the year, we have some money to keep operating. And usually, so this is kind of, we look at we're conservative, so we always look at making sure we have enough money. We actually typically we'll spend less than we guesstimate we're going to. And we're monitoring it throughout the year to make sure we don't. So we adjust our budget, like if there's a big snowfall in the winter, we'll adjust our summer program for maintenance and construction. And then some years we have.
Yeah, a
And
couple,
so-
3 years ago, I think.
Yes, we did.
We did.
Yeah. So we continue to monitor all of
Plowed
those.
all our money off the side
Yeah.
of the road.
Then we make changes like we did on Boulder when we had the slot or the.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So things do get
Yeah, where
changed.
the road was sliding down into the school.
Yeah, you don't want that.
That jumped to the top of the list, so.
Yeah, so page 13, so we have, how do we prioritize things? And so for paving, when we look at our reconstruction, so we have to, by RCW, have some kind of method of prioritizing. And so we have a priority array process that starts on page 13. And then the list of, for our arterials, this year will be the first year we're going to do it for collectors and local roads as well. So that'll help us prioritize for paving and chip seal VSTs and other things that need to be done. Starting on page 25, we have an annual bridge report that we look at. So when we, excuse me, when we're looking at bridge maintenance annually or trying to apply for grants. So we've been pretty successful. We've replaced, I think, 3 bridges since I've been here and rehabbed a few others. Painted the BZ Corner Bridge a few years back. So all those kinds of maintenance items, there's federal dollars that we go after to try and maintain and replace our bridges. Minor maintenance is done by the county crews. And so every year we do half of our bridges. We're required by the feds to do half of our bridges and inspect them. And so every 2 years, we inspect them all. And they only require us to do bridges longer than 20 feet. But now we've gone back and we're incorporating all the small bridges shorter than 20 foot long. And so we do that on a regular basis as well. We have a few older bridges. I think our oldest is about 70 years old. And that's Rock Creek down on Old Highway 8. But we got money to do some rehab on it, to paint the girders underneath it. And so we'll be doing that one using Fed dollars. in the future. And so there's a chart on, oh, it's figure 3. But it shows the age of our bridges and the condition of what kind of bridge they are. So you can see we have one that's in between 70 and 80 years old. That's our oldest. But if you look at our sufficiency over time, which is figure 4, the next page, so we maintain them at a pretty good level for sufficiency ratings. And our bridges are in pretty good shape. We have some old ones, but they're still, I mean, they're concrete and steel, and they're in areas where it's fairly dry. And so they'll last a long time.
Does the state come inspect our bridges, or do they just go off your data and say, okay, you're good?
We inspect them, and we have to report to the state.
But they don't actually come out and inspect?
No.
So I know Oregon changed their bridge inspection protocols, and that's what happened with the Hood River Bridge about losing all that. Are we expecting Washington to have the same type of changes based on federal rules, that we can expect to see the same thing where some of our ratings will go down in terms of sufficiency?
They're always tweaking things, yeah. So if the feds change it, then it applies across the board, and we'll see those changes as well.
Okay.
So they keep adding different trucks. So each bridge is designed to handle a certain truck loading, and what they do is they'll approve different configurations of trucks, and they may put restrictions on your bridge for those kinds of loads. And so that's happened to us in the last 5 years. We had to post a couple, but most of our bridges were fine for those loadings. But as they do that, more and more could be restricted for those special loads. But we don't see a lot of that stuff on our roads. You know, they're special roads for higher volume roadways where they have different kinds of transportation needs. We're pretty typical, and our bridges probably won't see those kinds of loads, even if they can handle them. So, okay, and then the last thing, and this took us probably about, I don't know, 8 years to finish, is the safety plan. So every couple of years, the feds put out safety dollars for collision reduction, essentially. And I don't know, 2 decades ago, it was more project driven, based on, you had to have an accident history to get dollars. And you know, fatalities were, if you had a fatality, you were pretty much getting a grant. But fatalities are so random that it's, you know, if you have a problem, you should have been fixing it there anyway.
Before there was a fatality.
Yeah, and so they've changed the program, which I think is good, is that they're trying to make it so you're proactive, and so you look at across your system, look at the types of collisions you're having and where they're occurring, and a lot of times it's at curves. You know, we have a lot of curves that are non-standard. We have 50-mile-an-hour roads, and then you encounter a 25-mile-an-hour curve. Those kinds of locations, you might not have an accident history, but there are things you should do to all those types of locations throughout your county that will help prevent ones from occurring in the future. So they finally got to the point where we're looking proactively at solving things rather than reactively, which I think is really good. But we've kind of put this together. It took us a long time, and we collected a lot of data, and then had some help from a consultant to finally package this thing up to help us prioritize, because every year or couple of years we were trying to go, okay, where are we going to spend this money? And now we have a systematic approach to addressing potential problems and trying to fix things before they occur, in areas where there's a historical pattern. And so anyway, that's what this last piece does. And it's really been helpful, because now we just pick off, we have a list of projects, the grant app comes out, here's our next, list and the priority array, and we put that forward. It doesn't mean it's static. We have to keep updating it because as we do have collisions, it may change the priority, and our needs may change. So anyway, one of the things we tried to apply for a grant for was the Sundale Road intersection, and we were not successful. They aren't looking at single location projects. So that's why you see these guidepost projects and sign upgrades, and those striping, we can add edge lines are a good item that they like. And so that's how we've tried to tackle this and maximize, get as much money as we can to do these kinds of things, because I think they are good things for people that drive on our roads.
It might be in here, but what is high friction surface treatment?
So it actually adds on some of those sharp curves, you can actually add more friction to the surface.
So you're just like putting in grit in the overlay or something?
Special rock. Yeah, it's a special grit that helps keep the tires on the road. We tried it on one couple curves on BZ, Glenwood Highway, and it doesn't work really well with chip seal roads.
No, it doesn't.
But it was a location where we'd had a couple fatalities, and in and near these couple curves, and so we thought, well, let's try it and see how it works. So I think it works best on paved surface, but we wanted to try it and see how it worked. So
Yeah, it's
How many
epoxy
miles
and
of roads do we
bentonite.
have total? Is it 1,000?
what's that?
Total miles of county road,
About 1,070.
about 1,070. What percentage of that meets our county Title 12 standards?
What was the question?
Not 100%.
No.
The question was what now?
What percentage of our own county roads meet Title 12?
Yeah, but not all of it. I'm gonna put together,
I
I'm
know
gonna
a few.
have to put together a list. I'm sure over half, maybe 3/4, but not all of it.
I was looking in here at some of these on your list. I was like, there's roads that we have that are paved roads that are 9 foot wide or something,
Yes,
lane width, and I was like, holy wow.
yeah, those don't.
No, those don't.
Yeah. Yeah, so we have another list that, on the 6th year, we have this group of projects or some money that we try and do projects that they're county roads that were built, they're the 9-footers, they were paved, but they don't meet Title 12 standards. So those are kind of special because they're small local roads usually, and they need to be fixed. And so there's another pot of money that we try and use to fix those that are outside of those other, just based on pavement criteria or the other that's in here. But because, yeah, we have some of those and we recognize we have to chip away at them.
Last question, this paper?
Yeah, so the last thing on my list is the Oregon Trail Rally.
Oh,
So you had asked about, it'd be better if you had a map. So the one road I missed telling you about was Schilling to Horseshoe Bend. And so they had looked at doing that last year in the springtime, but didn't do it. So that's the other new one they haven't ran yet.
Are they going down Schilling and up Horseshoe Bend?
Yes,
As long as they don't go off the road right there, they'll be fine.
yes. Same thing with Fisher Hill. Yeah, so then you can see the next page, second page shows the Fisher Hill Johnson and all the other legs of the race we talked about.
up Fisher Hill, that's better than down. Oh, really?
It's gonna make it a little more sporty for them, that's for sure.
Yeah, they said they like going downhill better.
Yeah, say they're going, McGowan, they're going downhill.
Yeah, I think they can go faster.
Yeah.
That's the impression I got.
They can roll more times.
Yeah.
There is one other thing on my list quickly. Last year, we still have our carpenter that we hired, and we've kind of kept him on to do projects this year. At the end of last year, our other apprentice carpenter's helper that we had, he left because he got a much higher paying job. And So we lost them, but it was okay because the work that was happening was really not one where we needed 2 people. But now we're back to that point. We got a new project list. And so we'd like to bring on another apprentice to work with our carpenter again to help us build the projects that are on our list. Some of them.
Do you want to build furniture?
Yeah, right. I have thought about that too.
Is this already in your budget or not in your budget?
It's in our
It's in our
budget.
budget.
Yeah, actually,
Okay, saves
we
money.
save money
Yeah,
doing it this way.
the non-capital stuff and some of our projects that we would normally bid, we usually don't get any bidders.
Right.
So we build them ourselves.
Right.
That just goes against that project list.
I'm fine with it. Yeah, I'm fine. It's been really successful. Are you okay with it? Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's it for our list.
Okay.
Sorry.
Anything for the?
Yeah, please email this.
Yes.
It came over already.
It did come over already. If that's what the scan.
I don't think this is in there.
Oh, that's not what he
no.
said.
Yeah,
I didn't
we're-
open it yet, but it just,
Yeah.
something came.
No, there was scans from Gordy.
And I apologize. I usually I have a meeting in the morning and I complete this, and that's one of the reasons why I run over here.
The
So,
page is still warm.
Yeah, so if you set it in scan, then we can keep it on our drive, and then if this thing ever gets lost somewhere, we have something to look at on there, so that's always good.
I'll try and get them sooner.
Okay, I think we're good.
All right.
Dog.
You?
No more
Thank
techie. Jeff, you wanna say anything? Gosh, you're just along for the ride today.
No, I'm fine.
Well, this is gonna answer a lot of my questions, so I like that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I will make a comment. I think when we painted the BZ Bridge the last time, the painting cost more than the bridge cost when we built it.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Yeah.
Traffic.
It's expensive.
Yeah.
I was looking at that friction surface
Yeah.
thing on Centerville Highway, and it was like a 1/10 of a mile here, and a 1/10 of a mile there, and a 1/10 of a mile here, and it's only a mill too.
Yeah,
You know, it's like, oh my God.
yeah.
There you go, Sheriff.
It's a question how effective.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be around.
Good morning.
How are you, gentlemen?
Good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do you have 2 of them? Thank you.
Papa's always on this nice, expensive paper, color. Looking all professional.
Commissioners deserve the best.
It's all right, you bought it.
Well, I wasn't gonna say.
Yeah.
Used to these Well, to start out, there were a total of 645 calls for service in the dispatch from January 1st to February 22nd of this year. And in addition to the calls for service, deputies served a total of 149 civil people during the same time period. Second item, Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association seminar was held on January 22nd this year from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Yakima Christian Center in Yakima, Washington. Seminar was a total success. We had approximately 100 people attend. Sheriff Richard Mack put on some of the training on how the United States Constitution gives each one of us our liberty and God-given rights. Very good program. Well accepted. Third item, I would like to once again present to the Board of County Commissioners a complete update on the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office Community Policing Program. I am extremely proud of that program that Mike and the other administrators and employees all pull together and work. We don't get any pushback from the regular deputies on these volunteers. In fact, they embrace it. and they ride with them and so forth. But what is neat about it, it's citizen volunteers working in a partnership with the sheriff's office to provide a service. And to me, there's nothing but positive out of all of that. The volunteer air wing pilots of the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office consist of 7 pilots, and their names are as follows. Air 1, of course, is Special Deputy Doug Hurley. Air 2, Special Deputy Bud Nolan. Air 3, Special Deputy Stacy Crabb. And Air 4, Special Deputy Brad Dan. And Air 5, Special Deputy Jeremy Young. Air 6, Special Deputy Brian Crane. And Air 7 is a retired Sheriff Joe Wampler. He's actually not a commission with our posse, but he assists our airmen on occasions as well. Outstanding pilot. The above Klickitat County Sheriff's Office volunteer air wing pilots assist the Sheriff's Department in searching for lost subjects, investigative work, searching for wanted subjects, and during fire season, they fly missions looking for smoke in an attempt to locate wildfires. They also fly other types of missions for the Sheriff's Office. These pilots also assist other agencies in the neighboring jurisdictions on both sides of the Columbia River. Young County was a recent one that located suspects and so forth. From January 1 to December 31st, these pilots flew a total of 1,145.4 hours of volunteer flight time for the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office. They not only volunteer their flying hours, but they also pay for their own fuel, maintenance, and rental costs for the plane. If the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office were to rent an identical aircraft to any pilot, it would cost approximately $280 per hour. The value of the volunteer hours that the Klickitat County Sheriff's Air Wing Special Deputy pilots donated was 1,145.4 hours at $280 per hour, plus their individual expenses, which includes fuel, plane rental, and maintenance, comes to a grand total of $1,008,216. And Doug Hurley, the head pilot on that, can break out how that price comes about. The Air Wing Division is a major part of the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office Community Policing Program. They are an asset and credit to the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office and the citizens of Klickitat County. Now, having said that, we have a total of 149 posse members, including the Air Wing Division. The reserve deputies and posse members are a major part of the Klickitat County Sheriff's Community Policing Program. These individuals are volunteers who donate numerous hours serving the citizens of our county. The posse membership is established throughout the county. The West End County Posse Division has 38 posse deputies assigned. The Central Posse Division has 87 posse deputies assigned. The East End Posse deputies have 16 posse deputies assigned. We also have 2 posse auxiliary members assigned to the posse organization. In addition to the posse membership, we also have a total of 10 reserve deputies that volunteer their services in carrying out law enforcement duties for the citizens of our county. During the year of 2020, the reserve deputies volunteered a total of $3,902. 3,902.20 hours of law enforcement service. Total value of the 3,902 hours at a $25 an hour rate equals $97,555 in savings to the county for law enforcement services. The reason that is at $25 is because the reserve deputy completes an academy and also rides or enough hours under their belt, take a patrol hour out on their own patrol. So they're doing the same job as a deputy sheriff and has the same authority as a fully commissioned officer, but only when they're working in uniform out on the road. And starting deputy be around $25. That's how we come up. During the year of 2020, the posse deputies volunteered 6,107 hours of various law enforcement services, such as neighborhood watch, vacation home checks, and assisting deputies and jail staff with other required duties. The total value of 6,107 volunteer hours at $15 an hour, because they're not a commissioned officer, comes to $91,605 in savings to the county of law enforcement services. The total savings to the county for volunteer law enforcement services provided by the Air Wing program, the Reserve Deputy program, the Posse program comes to a grand total of $1,197,376. I am proud of the men and women that are members of the above services that make our community policing program for the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office and provides a law enforcement service to the citizens of Klickitat County. We are, item 4, we are receiving a good number of applications for our upcoming Reserve Deputy Academy. We plan on holding in May or June of this year. We have, I believe, over 13 or 14 applications.
Good. Wow.
If we're able to graduate another, say, 10 or even 8 or so out of that number, get through it all, polygraph, psych, training academy, work, that'll increase our reserve force anywhere from 18 to 20 reserve deputies. Given that, that would ideally if they all could work the same shifts, but when you're dealing with volunteers, you get them when you can. But it will increase our ability for our road deputies to have a second person in the car that can help them out on backup, on domestic calls, that type of thing. You have immediate backup because you got a 2-person car versus waiting for another deputy trying to get across the county to help. And it also helps jail, court, they volunteer for court security, help out in the jail and so. And
What portion of those applications that are coming forward are coming out of the posse?
there is one, I believe there's 2 that I'm aware of right at the moment.
Really? And the rest aren't even part of the posse? Wow.
We've had several reserve deputies that came out of the posse in the last graduation. So it's a good thing. I mean, it really helps us. Because we have, as you all know, we have a limited number of deputies. We got 19 sworn counting myself. And we got a large county, and call loads are continuing to climb. And so when we have that kind of volunteer support, it's a real plus. And I want to commend our road commission deputies and jail staff as well, because there are some agencies in our state, and I came from one years ago, that there would be pushback on this kind of a thing, because they would say, well, we need to be hiring full-time deputies, and we're gonna, leave it and all kinds of stuff. Our deputies have embraced this, and we get no pushback from them at all on that. And to me, that's a sign of professionalism on their part. They know the county's limited on funds, and this is one way to provide a service, and then at the same time make it safer, not only for the road deputy, but for the citizens. So it's a good deal. Jail number 5. We have a total of 31 inmates housed in our jail at this time. 25 male inmates and 6 female inmates make up the jail population. Actually, we have one that's assigned to the jail, but he's at, well, you're at Walla Walla, Mike?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So actual bodies in the jail, we got 32. I understand Carmen, she's not with us today. They got some family issues. Her father-in-law is not doing well, so he's off today. But Mike, did you have anything you want to add?
We just had our, which I don't know if Jeff's gonna touch on that, the appreciation virtual for the search and rescue earlier this month.
That's right, yeah. That's another volunteer organization that helps out. You know, I've been around this country a little bit, you know, Nevada and various other places. But I can tell you, I'm extremely proud to serve as sheriff in this county. I've never seen such volunteerism. Fire department, search and rescue, posse, reserve, I mean, citizens stepping in and helping out. Very commendable. And I will say, and it's bragging on the department, not on me, but on the department, that Klickitat County is the top in any county in this state as far as volunteerism and the number of posse members and reserves and so forth. I have several sheriffs that have contacted me that want to start a posse program because they see the benefit in it and the reserve program.
Do you know how many other sheriffs actually have a posse program in Washington State?
I
Or a
don't,
ballpark guess, or?
I would say probably 3 or 4 that have a posse program, but what you gotta look at is what's that posse do, what that program do for. A lot of times it's ceremonial stuff. They ride the parades and, you know, that kind of thing. Where our posse is a working posse. They're out there doing, you know what neighborhood crime watch is? Really, this is just a countywide neighborhood crime watch. And they have the placards on the doors, Klickitat County Sheriff's Posse Patrol. And they drive the neighborhoods, go into the store, and they're trained to observe, document, and report any suspicious activity or criminal activity they might see going on. And and I might add, they go through training every month. We have our meetings. And we have 3 meetings, one on the west end, first Tuesday of the month. And we have the third Thursday of the month is central. And the last Thursday of the month is east end. And they get training each of those times on search and seizure. Now, they don't have commission to arrest, but they need to be familiar with the law. So when they're out there helping people or riding with a deputy, that they don't step on it themselves, right? They're familiar with what's going on. And in a real emergency, and it'd have to be a real emergency, I couldn't give them the authority to assist us in making arrests, but it would have to be an emergency, not a normal thing. So that's kind of the overall update.
Okay, Mike had a,
Can I add that at that search and rescue get together, virtual get together, we honored your director from BEM, Jeff King, with his 20-year service pin as a search and rescue member.
Yeah.
Somebody obviously lied to him 20 years ago as a search and rescue coordinator.
Yeah.
All the promises that we've done for him.
See, I didn't even know he was in the room. He's over there hiding behind the pole. I didn't even tell there was an arm pole.
I didn't hide in my
I didn't even know he was back there.
And he never left.
Yeah. No,
Mike's call, I'm in this one, yeah.
yeah, kudos to Jeff, really, he does an outstanding job as a search and rescue coordinator and other areas of his job.
yeah, well, I would certainly echo your comments on the volunteerism in Klickitat County. It is amazing. I mean, across the board, not just, you know, I mean, there's, you know, even the shot clinic out at the fairgrounds, you know, that they didn't have any problem getting the community stepped up and because they needed a bunch of help with that. And that's going on all over the county. That's just another aspect.
Yeah, and the hospital has their volunteers.
Right. There's a lot. No, our folks step up. They do.
There's 7 search and rescue volunteers that have been involved in that separately. They were just given the option to volunteer for KBH and they did as well.
Right.
Remind me of the numbers of membership at search and rescue currently.
And we also might add, we had a couple of posse members out there as well, direct. Not in uniform.
Right.
They were there. Because Facebook would have really exploded.
Any Any questions for the sheriff? Mr. Kelly?
Membership count at Church around here right now.
Yeah, the appreciation, volunteer appreciation SAR night, we had the stats, I think, for this year. Off the top of my head, we have approximately 50 members currently. There were 13 missions last year. All in, there was approximately 3,000 hours of volunteer time donated in missions and training. 500 plus for mission hours. So it's still an active group, and as the SAR coordinator, I couldn't make it happen without those volunteers and their dedication. And the sheriff's support of that program and the new building is wonderful as a facility for meeting and training and to store the SAR, the sheriff's vehicle, all that.
See, some promises and commitments did come to fruition.
Yeah.
It took a little time, but you just have to be patient.
Sometimes it takes 20 years.
Sometimes it takes 20 years.
It did.
That's true. It did.
And a big shout out to Gina Mossberger for getting the funding for that building.
Yeah.
And the cooperation of you folks as well. County commissioners and Gordy and his crew. Yeah, it works well when it's a team effort.
That's good. I had one piece of sheriff business.
Sure.
And it was a constituent. I'm just handing it off. And it's a traffic issue. And I know being out there, it's at Dallasport on 4th Avenue, that the straight stretch, when you come off the Dallasport Road and you're going west on, I guess that's 4th. It goes on down. Is it 3rd? Third.
Third by the old store and heads towards the river and wraps all the way back around. That should be 3rd Avenue, the central dead end, the T
Right.
two.
Right. Okay. So it's 3rd. Yeah. 3rd. Yeah, it's 3rd. So it'd be 3rd Avenue. There was just, and I've heard from other folks that, because it's a pretty good straight stretch from there to the stop sign. And I think the speed limit's only
25.
Yeah, I mean, it's whatever it is, but and I've been there before when people are going 50 miles an hour in there because they're just, so they had asked me about it. And I said I would bring it up, and they wondered about, was it possible to have the little radar thing that just showed people, because they're hopeful, because there's kids have moved in along that road now, and
You know
they're
what time of
out.
day is the problem time? Did they tell you? I assume day shift.
It's day shift. It's not at night, because they were mostly concerned with there was a couple new families that moved in, and the kids are playing out alongside the road in the daytime. And so it would be in the daytime that people are driving through there. They said there's a couple that maybe it's just have a word with them, and you need to slow down. I know Central sometimes, it's the same thing, is that it's just, it's a big straight stretch where you're.
So it's on 3rd from Dallasport Road to Central.
Right, that's where the problem is. And it's it's about in the middle, because they're accelerating and then they're slowing down. So out in the middle there, things are going, and now with the subdivision that they're building more houses in there, there's going to be more families that could be out. And I was surprised how many people are out walking around there too, so.
How many of the air pilots live within the county? Your deputies?
We have one, Wapner he's a volunteer with us. He lives in Twin River. Is Brad Den live in Yakima? Yeah, Brad Den lives in Yakima. The rest, I believe, are
In the county.
Klickitat County.
Joe lives in the county?
No, Joe Wapner,
Uh-huh,
he lives in Hood River.
okay. And what about Jeremy Young?
I think he does, because
I wish
they oversee the Dallasport Airport.
Yeah.
I
But
think,
I'm not sure. He's here a lot, but
I assumed that he lived in the county. But he may live in
And is there anything different between special deputy and just posse? Have they gone through separate training?
No.
So they're just
just
eyes and ears out in the air.
the pilots wanted to step up from the posse, to special deputies. I don't know if you gentlemen, I'm sure you're familiar with Doug Burley.
Oh, yeah.
And we're looking at one other pilot that's applied. And of course, the vetting of the pilot is done by Doug. I don't get involved in that. I know nothing about a plane.
Right.
And that'd be the last guy you'd want to
Right.
judgment on that. But James Smith, he's from the Appleton area. Smith, you familiar with him? He's the stunt guy.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I know who that is then, yeah.
Yeah. So,
There's a bunch of Smiths in Appleton. And he did a,
yes, sir.
you know,
Yeah. But he's a stunt guy. I don't know if you
Jamie.
on 2 wheels.
Oh, yeah, yeah, no, he's pretty impressive.
But quite a resume, and a lot of the pilots know I speak highly of him, and so he's kind of going through a little vetting right now, and we hope to get him on board as well. So we'll have quite a heirloom measure, and you know, for a county this size, I mean, what an opportunity. Jeez. And I've even mentioned to him, you know, you spend your time and stuff. Maybe we could reimburse some on the gas. No. That's our donation to our part of it.
How,
Very commendable.
Jeff, of the 13 missions, was the air wing called out on any of those?
A couple, yes, and some of them were out of county. The most recent one in December, there's a couple that came out of the Puget Sound and got stuck over on the 23 road. Yeah, the Air Patrol went out on that.
And Brad Dam, there was a pilot that found that couple. And they, you know, there's a relative to Jim Sizemore, the lady that passed away. Brad Dam again.
Was the one that found it.
And then Wampler, he assisted his honor, a lady that wanted to commit suicide. And Courtney Road went over with her car. She cut both her wrists. The car didn't go all the way to the bottom. It hit a group of small trees and stuff. But there was no tracks in the grass. And they pinged the phone, and that's how they got a general location. Got the plane up and boom, found it. And they went down and saved her. She fought him.
There's most definitely a life saving. I was there on that.
Wow. Yeah.
We also used them in August on our search of the Fox Canyon. Very hot.
So,
Yeah, there was at least 3 or 4 times just last year.
and we've used them on suspects or stolen cars we're looking for or something like that. I mean, it's a resource. You can see a lot from up there. The only problem is that they're hiding in the woods. It's really hard to spot them at times.
That's good to know. I'll remember that.
Well, the other thing about this year, we've got 2 newly certified search canine handlers.
Yeah.
Oh, they just got certified at the end of last year, and so that, along with Trophy, sheriff's canine, we got 3 human scent detection search dogs now in the county available.
And Profi got just upgraded, certified as a narcotic dog as well. Yeah, we got a lot of hopes for Profi. Quite the dog.
Thank you, Mr. Sheriff. Gallia,
Have a great day.
you as well.
Thanks, Bob.
For a second. Okay.
Thank you.
Morning, sir.
Sure.
Same thing you sent out?
Yes.
The updated.
Yes, well, even since then, 3 things were added. Came in. The email box never stops adding up.
All right, Jeff, whenever you're ready.
Morning. Thank you, Commissioner Sauter. To start out with, the public safety radio system is at this moment performing normally. The maintenance side of things, the annual Tier 3 radio report was received mid-January, and it's being reviewed. We'll see if there's any issues that need to be dealt with in this coming year and so on. The new Tier 3 radio system support agreement with the new vendor has been finalized, and working with that new company. The Juniper Point site had an HVAC system newly installed and completed the week of January 25th. It then started failing the week of February 1st, and then it failed again on February 15th. And that's why I couldn't be here last Tuesday, the 16th. I myself and DEM volunteer borrowed the sheriff's side by side and went up there and got the door open just in time to keep the equipment inside that shelter from shutting down. At the time we entered, it was 121 degrees plus inside the shelter. So we avoided a major failure of the system probably just by minutes. And then we were able to work with the HVAC vendor that installed the equipment and troubleshoot the problem and get it resolved. I haven't had any issues since. So any questions about that? I am happy that I finally got word from the PUD that at the Flat Top site, which we struggle with every year with power outages, it's our most vulnerable site for grid power loss. They told me just last week that their plan to install the power underground is finally moving forward, and they're having to apply with the DNR for a totally separate easement to do that. So it's costing them some extra time and energy. But that is their plan, and they're moving forward with that finally. Yes, sir.
Where is the Flat Top site geographically?
So on your map there, it should, all the sites should be identified.
Little stars.
Very top left corner. It's right on the,
Okay.
it's right on the border of the county. It's just barely in the, so it would be north and west of Trout Lake.
Okay, so the stars are our sites, they're just not named on the map.
I'm not,
So
No,
that's what-
I don't
actually,
think
they're
they're
not.
probably-
I think that's a
It used to
different,
be on
we
that
used to
map.
have it on that map.
that map looks like it was changed.
Yeah.
I'm working on pulling it up.
Oh, that's the energy overlay map.
It's
Okay,
an energy overlay, but yeah, your stars.
Yeah, so it's right, it's on the very far west, like right to
So,
the, that's
Well, that's Trout Lake, it's gotta be the,
Yeah, it's gonna be
also it's not even on the map.
right up there. Yeah,
Oh,
it's just barely inside the county line.
yeah,
That's
just outside of
But
Trump.
are these, so are these stars not representing your towers then?
No, those are town.
Those are just community.
This map underneath, the
Yes, the
energy overlay
map.
map was put on top of this.
Oh, so
Yeah,
it's Flat
that
Top.
it is.
marker right there, yeah. Yeah, and that, the rest of them are marked similarly on that map.
Sounds like we need one map.
Where the ski lift used to be.
No, it is where, that's what used to be the Forest Service radio site. It was the old fire lookout, actually, before that location was turned into a wireless communication site. Right across the driveway and in Skamania County is a Crown Castle site that has AT&T and US Cellular service in it. Anything else on that? I'm happy because it's gonna lessen our vulnerability to winter storm damage, power outages and such.
Yeah, the backup generator definitely gets some work out
Yep.
on that side.
Yeah, and my first year here back in 2015, when we had to deliver propane refill via snowcat,
Yeah.
that was an experience and an expense we didn't need.
Yeah.
After a 9-day power outage. So moving on, the maintenance PC replacements have been completed successfully for the radio system at the prime site, DEM. And the operations maintenance funding sustainability recommendation project that you asked me to make a presentation is ongoing. I've discussed the revenue projections with the treasurer to see if we can get some estimates on the different options that might be available and what that actually looks like in dollars and cents. So we continue to work on that. Any questions about the public safety radio system? So the radio project, the Stacker Butte site transmit upgrade project, we still don't have access to that security camera. The replacement camera that was put up there is now having the same issues that the first one did. So the technicians are still working on that. And I've got to get back to Public Works. They manage that project to see what's new. That would be the final piece of finishing that Stacker Butte transmit project. And then the Klickitat fire station upgrade is in process and under the management of Public Works as well. Any questions about the radio project? Oh, I didn't put on here, but also the Sadis Pass, the new Sadis Pass site is still in the planning and process of being built. Moving forward with that, working with Public Works and the engineer. I think AdCom was contracted with for doing the engineering of that new site. And in the emergency management program, Klickitat PUD approached me a couple weeks ago. I had a meeting last week. They wanted to discuss their wildfire mitigation plan and request that emergency management collaborate with them on that as a mitigation project. In their wildfire mitigation plan, they have a project to install wildfire cameras and weather stations at high sites across the county. So they'd like to collaborate with us, not only on putting those at sites that the PUD and the county is already shared in or co-located together at, but also in working to secure that mitigation grant funding, which the PUD, when we created our hazard mitigation plan, the PUD did not sign on as a sponsoring jurisdiction. So that means all that grant funding would have to go through the county, the Department of Emergency Management. So I'm looking into that to see what that's going to take for me and my staff. But in theory, I think it's a great thing if we had cameras, and they're specific to wildfire spotting. They actually will, if you have enough of them spread out correctly, they will triangulate with one another. So you point 2 or more of them at the fire or the smoke, and where those lines of sight cross over, they automatically compute with one another and give you GPS coordinates for where that is, so to better direct fire resources. And I see that especially useful in the western half of the county where we have timbered areas, with Appleton, Timber Valley, Glenwood, Trout Lake areas. We often get smoke investigations going on. Firefighters on the ground with all the timber can't see exactly where the fire is and then which road to get to it. So having GPS coordinates could be very helpful. So I'll be researching that more and their request. for funding as well as co-location of their equipment at our sites.
Why did the PUD not sign on to the emergency management plan?
You would have to ask them why. It was just a choice that they made. Different jurisdictions are eligible. KVH did. The Conservation District did. I can't remember who else signed on as a sponsoring jurisdiction, but the PUD was involved. They just didn't choose to sign on that way.
I thought I remember being at the meeting.
Yeah, they were there for most of the meetings and the planning and all that. And like I said, that's their choice. The only drawback is that any agency or entity that wants to take advantage of hazard mitigation funding dollars, then that program, that grant has to go through emergency management at the county level to get it to them. So as a new thing, a hazard mitigation plan and those projects and that grant, we'll have to see how that plays out and how much involvement that will take from my department to facilitate those other agencies taking advantage of mitigation funding. Any other questions? The American Red Cross Month proclamation is on your consent agenda today. Thank you for your consideration. And the Red Cross helps out, has historically helped us with our evacuation shelters and other things. Usually, until COVID, it was a lot easier to, we just call the American Red Cross dispatch and they would stand up an evacuation site or an information site. So they've been a great benefit to the county and emergency management department throughout the years. So I appreciate your consideration of that proclamation. The COVID-19 report, the EOC remains activated at level 2, partial activation. For our response, the activities in brief, we continue to process resource requests and distribute PPE as well as medical supplies for local stakeholders, primarily the hospitals, North Shore Medical. We're continuing to work on the long-term PPE preparedness, things that we have purchased for ourselves outside of the state's allocation, and therefore their tiered distribution guidelines. We did purchase some 3M N95 masks and in December, and it turned out those were in that mass counterfeit scheme that was all in the news. So we're working to figure out how we can get reimbursed for those, a refund. We've submitted a request to the PA for his opinion on how to proceed because the vendor that we purchased them from is not wanting to give us a refund. So myself and the logistics EOC staff are working to figure out how to deal with that.
You have a sense of the like, how much are we out?
In the neighborhood of $7,000.
Okay, that's significant then.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we're not going to let it lay. That's why we took it to the prosecuting attorney.
Was this a local vendor, state vendor, overseas vendor?
No, it was a vendor from the United States. I can't say off the top of my head where they were based out of, but it was a United States vendor. And they were
we
just,
should have some legal
yeah,
action if we wanted it.
yes. They were taken advantage of,
Right, sure.
I believe, just as we were, right? So they're going to be struggling to figure out.
Yeah, and if they pay back all of us and never collect their money from, they're going bankrupt. So that's why they don't want to do it.
Yeah, they're not going to just say, oh yeah, sorry,
okay.
Here's your money.
Yeah.
Yeah. I imagine they're out many tens of thousands of dollars.
How many masks was this, do you know?
I don't have that number off the top of my
What are
head.
we going to do with these masks now?
That remains to be seen. And like I said, once we get the PA's opinion back, then, I'm believe we should return them
Yeah, actually physically.
to get a refund.
Yeah, if we get our money back,
Yes, and then also, at the state level, the state EOC and Department of Health are all working on this because a lot of hospitals across the nation, but in our state as well, ordered these same masks for themselves, and they have tens of thousands of, hundreds of thousands of masks that are in this counterfeit batch. And so hospitals all across the state are working on it. That's why Department of Health and the state EOC work to help us identify which ones are counterfeit and then get replacements for them and those sorts of things. So yeah, we're not in this alone. It was a massive situation. We're waiting to move the PPE staging area supplies into the storage container until because of the ground conditions right now, the approach to that container is just soup. So we're waiting to get some rock spread out there so that we can either back up to those doors or at least walk up to them to get things in without sinking up to your knees in mud. That's still in process. Planning for those future needs and responsibilities of emergency management in this response. As of yesterday, Monday the 22nd, there were a total of 741 COVID cases, 13 active cases, and 8 deaths in the Klickitat County due to COVID-19. Recent requests to the EOC for PPE come from Klickitat County Senior Services, Goldenville Fire Department, and KVH to support their drive-through vaccination clinic at the fairgrounds. KVH has also been using and continues to use the DEM mobile command post vehicle, which they are very, very appreciative to have out there in that open area and the windswept. It's been very cold. I know of one worker that actually got mild frostbite on their face from working out there in that cold wind back a few weeks ago when we had the wind chill temperatures that were so low. So everything I'm hearing back from them is good news. It's going well, and they're very thankful for the support. As well as a request from our 4 needles from Skyline Health recently. The January request from WAGAP is for us to have storage space for them for the care packages that were provided from the state program was approved, and they're storing those packages at the PPE staging area now out at the fairgrounds, so they can have access to them here in the central part of the county and not have to bring them from White Salmon or Bingen on a daily basis. The vaccination data for the county as of Friday, February 19th, this is Department of Health data, been 5,498 total doses given, which equals the following percentage of Klickitat County residents. 15.68% have received their first dose, and 4.13% have received the second dose of the vaccine. And that's the percent of the county's population, which is good from different aspects, but mainly just our ability to be able to logistically put the vaccines out there. And anybody that wants one and fits into the phased approach should be able to get one.
Do you know if first responders are still part of that phase 1A, or did they get removed?
I know they're still, and they loosened those restrictions in the newest requirements. They moved. It was the most vulnerable first responders, and then they changed that language, and so there are more people that are now available in 1A as well as 1B. Yeah, continuing to vaccinate, people 65 and older, people that are 50 and older that were live in
multi-generational,
households and so on. But yeah, the limiting factor in my meetings and discussions with the health department director and the hospital staff, folks that we interface at the EOC with, it's the limiting factor is the availability of
For
the
now,
vaccine itself, especially because of the storm. And I did forward you an email from public health about that from this morning. Public announcement about those delays and how it's affecting them. But otherwise, everybody in the county, all the medical providers are confident that they can put out hundreds of doses if they have them per day. Also working on the activity summary report for the EOC activities. Tuesday, March 2nd marks the 1 year anniversary, I guess you would call it, of continuous Klickitat County EOC activations for COVID response, which has been a long time. Typically, if we have an EOC activation, for winter storms or wildfires and such, it lasts 2 or 3 days. It's maybe, I'm not sure if any has gone more than 4 or 5 days, even in memory before I got here. But so this is been a new challenge.
The 1 year anniversary of the 14 days to flatten the curve.
Right. Yeah. And that was so Tuesday, March 2nd of 2020 was the day that the then acting public health director came to me and said, public health needs your support. And we entered into unified command and activated at level 2 partial activation on that Tuesday afternoon to support public health. And then it went on from there. And that activity summary report will have basic information about our activities as well as the budget and so on. New things that aren't on the sheet that I gave you just before I came in. Wasco County sent a media release out. They are being reduced to low risk category in the Oregon 4 level system starting on Friday, which opens up a whole bunch of more activities that they can do with 50% capacity in restaurants and bars and so on. So you can read that. It's about a page and a half media release. But as many of our citizens and residents of Klickitat County can go and shop and recreate or whatever in Wasco County, we share that information so that folks are aware, because the river, let alone the state border, is not seen as a barrier to us. We're one community here in the gorge. So that's good news, in my professional opinion. Also, something that I added from an email I just got this morning was the Washington Aviation Division of DOT sent out an email. We're going to continue the Aviation Resilience Project. This is a collaboration between the Department of Homeland Security, Washington Emergency Management Division, and Washington State DOT Aviation Division. They're going to be assessing the Columbia Gorge Regional Airport in Dallasport. They've identified that airport as a priority level 2. And this is all based around a Cascadia subduction zone earthquake event, seismic event. And so we're working to schedule a meeting for mid-March with the airport management staff, the state folks, DHS representatives, and myself to see how that proceeds. They started this back in 2019, and then it got put on the back burner in 2020. Any questions about any of that?
What's the possibilities for that?
Well, as you probably know, they do their assessments and their scoping of what the current situation is, and then that can lead to funding streams for if there are things identified and if the airport there stays on their priority list for both state emergency response location or a federal hub or anything like that, then that would potentially make more grant funding or other funding available to make upgrades to that facility that would make it more suitable for the staging area, for supplies and manpower and so on to the western part of the state, which would really be what's affected by the Cascadia subduction zone event. So the hope is that the airport will get some funding to make improvements. Yeah, but at the very least, I am keeping an eye on it because if THS or FEMA comes to set up camp here after an event, that will affect us, and we'll have to be prepared for that. Then back on to the written report, training and exercises still being reorganized. Plan for whatever we can do. We're not planning any training or exercises immediately, seeing what our progression in the phases are going to be, what phase 3 might be, if any. But now in phase 2, we have more options for in-person training. But we've been very successful at doing the online training as well, as we did one back in December for the reserve deputies for the controlling of bleeding and trauma kit use for those trauma kits that they were issued. The grant programs, you can read there, we've got several grants still in process. Of note, the 20 EMPGS, which is a supplemental to our emergency management program grant. That amendment to increase the funding will be on your consent agenda next week if all goes well. The funding increase would be roughly $2,800. And that's money that was not used by other counties or cities in that original grant. And so the state had money left over. They used the same funding calculations to make those disbursements based on population. So our share is that $2,800. And based on our expenses, the EOC staff, we have the match because it's a they call it a 50% match, but it's dollar for dollar. So we have we've spent the money on EOC staffing already to match that $2,800. So that's what I'm going to use it for. And I accepted that offer to reimburse us for that. And then one change is at the very bottom of that section, the hazard mitigation, HMGP, final reimbursement was actually received. It's at the end of last week. So that's good, and that closes out that grant and that whole project. On the emergency management program coordinator position, we received, I don't know, 15 or so applications. Those applications have been reviewed by the panel now, and we're meeting later today to go over those and discuss who we want to interview and schedule interviews. There's one potential candidate that looks good, maybe two. Got a lot of applications from people that wanted full-time work and are from out of state, Ohio, Texas, California, all over, that just, they couldn't work or move here just for part-time work. So yeah, we have one local person at least that's interested and has some qualifications. So I saw that as a good sign. And that was sent into my report.
Okay. Questions for Mr. Keaton? Then I guess I'm going to request an executive session.
Okay.
For a personnel matter, just to give us a chance to have a discussion. So I'm, if my seatmates are okay with that.
No, okay.
So in accordance with RCW 42.30.110(1) to review the performance, discipline, or qualifications of a public employee or employees. Why don't we just start with 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
I'll set the time.
I'm going to start to remove people off the call.
And we don't have anything else until 1. So
We don't, so we're gonna,
Never done over for 10 seconds.
Sure.
Why she's taking people off?
Yeah. So we won't be back. We will come back. We don't, it's executive session. We don't take any action. I'm not anticipating any action when we come back. So, so we're gonna, folks on the Zoom call, we'll have you leave, and then we won't be back in regular session. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock for our regular session.
And do you want to turn the record button off, please?
I will.
Just want to make sure before
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Let the record show all 3 commissioners are present, and we will start first with our flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You know, I just figured out where you're standing and move left or right hand, so.
Yeah,
You're good, you don't have to jump out of it.
I know, I was thinking, oh wait, I make a pretty big wall, not much of a window, so.
We had a Zoom participant that also pledged allegiance.
Who did that?
Jennifer.
Jennifer.
Good job. All right. Okay,
Talking Jennifer already. But,
okay, I would entertain a motion on the business agenda.
I will make a motion that we approve the business agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the business agenda. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
We're gonna wait on the minutes.
Yes, if we could, please, thank you, which brings us, which will give us more time in citizen comment or public comment, or whatever we want to call it, comment. So I will, this is an opportunity for anyone to address the board on any issue that's not on the agenda later. So if you want, either raise your hand, unmute yourself, and give us your name and where you live for the record, please.
I would like to speak.
Okay, go ahead.
Rosefield Dimick, 55 Tucker Hill Road.
Okay. Good afternoon.
In 2000, good afternoon, commissioners. 2007 ordinance number 102797. It's the Klickitat County Natural Resource State, Federal, and Local Coordination Plan. It was designed to maintain and protect local customs and culture and identify some solutions that would avoid and lessen impacts when it came to our natural resources. My statement or my question is this still being utilized? And which departments hold the documentation concerning these ordinances? For example, the evaluations that mitigate and minimize the impacts to customs and culture and economic stability of Klickitat County. In 2019, deemed non-significant, 4 SEPA checklists were conducted for Knight Road, Aloha Road, Middle Road, and Bighorn. These were non-significant, and many of us argue the decisions that were made on this. And so I was just concerned if there was an advisory committee that was still active in these decisions. And 2007 seems very outdated for a committee. It seems like a lot of people that were on this list as being on this committee are no longer with our county. And if DNR land is given up for solar projects, why isn't there an advisory committee safeguarding our natural resources concerning these projects? And if there's any plans in the future to devise a solar advisory committee to address our natural resources. And if not, there should be. That's my comment.
Thank you. Okay, we are in citizen comment. Anyone else, please unmute yourself, and raise your hand. Looks like somebody is unmuted, or maybe not.
7211.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Wagner, 303 Fish Hatchery, Goldendale. I'm a member of CEAS. Last Thursday, District 14 State Representative Gina Mossberger spent 3 hours with me touring the proposed Knight Road solar project west of Goldendale. We discussed the many impacts that this 6,000-acre solar farm will have on our county. She grew up here and considers this the most beautiful place on earth, and many other citizens would agree. She does not want it destroyed. She agreed that action must be taken to protect this area and other areas covered by the EOZ. She plans to get involved. CEAS wishes the commissioners would share her concerns. We have never had any commissioner spend 3 hours with CEAS or the citizens discussing our concerns. The commissioners are just now having meetings to see if they want to discuss solar impact with CEAS and the citizens. By the time the commissioners decide, the solar companies will have their plan on Moochie's desk, and they will be grandfathered under the non-existing solar ordinances. When this happens, the county has lost all control of these solar projects. We cannot allow this to occur. On November 24th, 2020, I spoke at the commission meeting. I brought up the fact that the EOZ and the ordinances were out of date and did not address the solar issue. Mr. Souter agreed, stating, I was on the board for the EOZ and they do not address solar as we never expected it here. On December 4th, 2020, I called in on the Tuesday meeting asking for a moratorium to halt any solar projects until we update the EOZ and the ordinances. This did not happen. CEAS has continued to ask for a moratorium without success. On January 5th, Mr. Christopher asked for a moratorium without success. It was turned down. Mr. Souter and Mr. Anderson both agree that the EOZ ordinances need updating. So why don't you enact a no-cost moratorium? During the January 14th solar workshop, Mr. Anderson stated the EOZ is not robust enough for solar. Mr. Souter stated he wants to hear from every citizen pro or con on the solar issue. If the commissioners really want the input of all the citizens, placing an ad in the Sentinel paper will only reach 2,600 citizens. That is their circulation. Maybe if a few hundred more will buy the paper, and that maybe 3,000 might see a notice informing them of a public meeting concerning solar. This is insufficient. The county needs to send a notice out by mail to every citizen so they can be involved and know the true facts about solar. This is why we need meetings before any solar project is allowed. The decision on solar should come from the citizens. This is our county. Why are you so reluctant to discuss solar issues with the citizens that you are paid to represent? Mr. Souter stated, I need more time to study solar. You were on the board during the permitting of Lund Hill Solar Farm. Didn't you study solar issue then before approving it? All the commissioners have received from CEAS the true facts on solar. This information comes from scientists and scholars. These findings are undisputable. How much more information do you need before you realize a moratorium is needed? When will you do what's right for the county and the citizens? The concerns of the solar company should not influence your decision. CEAS is asking for you to represent us and enact a moratorium. Thank you.
Mr. Wagner, I see.
Yes.
Elaine Harvey has her hand up.
Hello, Elaine Harvey, 435 Hill Road, and I just have a comment. I'm thankful that you guys are gonna go see a site which is in Oregon, but I've looked on Google Earth at many of the sites. Solar sites in Ellensburg, Washington, a solar site in Pendleton, Oregon. I actually drove by and seen, and the Prineville sites are not surrounding 50 homes. They're not surrounding a fish hatchery. And I want to know, have you guys even contacted the fish hatchery, the state of Washington? This is a Washington state fish hatchery, And, you know, I just really don't get this, how you guys are citing your solar projects and, you know, I hope you guys really take into consideration when you go into these your solar visit or whatever you're doing over there, stand in there and think about the residents who are gonna have a home next to these solars and what they're gonna look at every day and what they're gonna drive by every day. And think about the ground. There's not gonna be any vegetation for any birds or wildlife. Think about it. The area you guys are planning for the night road is a very sensitive area for wildlife, for the fish hatchery, for the residents, for the citizens of Goldendale, and people who have to drive by it and drive to it every day. You know, I hope you take all that into consideration when you guys are in Pineville. Because I looked at many solar projects that are completed on Google Earth, and I don't see 50 homes surrounded in these solar farms. And these multi-million-dollar investor companies, they don't care about us. They're here just to make a buck. They don't care about the environment. They don't. They're just here to make a buck. Just like the Spain foreign company who's building Lund Hill. And the foreign company who's planning to build a water pump storage in Denmark. They're from Denmark. These people don't care about anything that happens in this county. They don't care about 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. They don't. We live here, we're from here, and you know, we gotta live with the consequences. And that's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you. I would say Pat Beeman was up next, and then Jennifer.
Thank you for allowing time for public comment. My name is Pat Beeman. I live at 32 Mustang Drive, Centerville, and I would urge you not to allow corporate interests and those who do not have a personal connection to our community to spoil our unique beauty and rural character. Further, there's scientific research that shows that large solar installations have undesirable impacts on the environment and on the climate. So I would urge you to get more information before you make a decision based on money and what these outside corporations seem to offer, because I think what they're offering is not in consideration of what our community wants or needs. Thank you.
You. Jennifer?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jennifer Descent, and I'm a landowner in Klickitat County. I'm developing my property in Goldendale off of Box Canyon Road in the hopes of being able to move there full-time one day. As a member of Laborers Local 335 and also a landowner in the area, I support these clean energy projects like the Lund Hill Solar Farm and the battery pump storage, as they provide a living wage to members in the community. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Excuse me. Others, we are in citizen comment. If you wish to comment, either raise your hand or unmute yourself. Looks like 2707, you lit up there for a second.
Yes, this is Lauren Megger. I'd like to make a comment. I'm a resident of Goldendale, Washington. And as a member of a large body of citizens who partake in shooting sports, I'd like to request that the Klickitat County Firearms Training Facility take advantage of a unique opportunity to generate funds to support the facility. The facility has a regular supply of expended brass from rifle and pistol cartridges. So I'm just recommending that the facility consider surplus in the spent cartridges to fund the facility, support local businesses that are unable to acquire materials to manufacture ammunition, and provide local citizens that have a difficult time acquiring ammunition with resources to support their shooting sports interests. This could be a win-win-win that supports our local economy and local businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay, still in citizen comment. So raise your hand or unmute yourself. Sure. Sherry, you have raised your hand.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good
I would like to continue to address the solar ordinance of Klickitat County, or lack thereof. I tune in every week and I seem to be a bit confused of what the intentions of the commissioners are in regards to addressing the solar ordinance, the energy overlay, and I've heard people brought up a citizens impact study. So week after week, I guess I just don't find the answer. If the commissioners are going to look at the solar ordinance or make one, are you going to involve citizens? What is your plan forward with this? The solar ordinance, and as the solar farms approach this county, what is your approach that you're going to take?
Goodness. I would say okay, let me try it now. Okay. This is citizen comment, and that it is not necessarily an opportunity. This isn't necessarily question and answer. It's an opportunity for citizens to bring issues to the board. I will respond, at least for myself. I'm not responding for the board. What my approach is and has been is that I am gathering information. There is a solar tour, as was alluded to, this Thursday in Prineville to go look at some stuff. As it is right now, we have no plans in front of us at this time to update, change. We have ordinances in place right now that address solar farms. We are obviously getting public comment from some folks that feel that they are inadequate and that the board should undertake some change to what's there now. That will be a discussion that the board will have. I think my sense is we've deferred that conversation until we get a chance to go look at some of these and ask questions, get information. I expect that there will be some discussion and debate after that tour, but we've kind of deferred any sort of action until then. And obviously, from you're tuning in every week, that is frustrating to some people. But again, this is citizen comment period. You can, as you heard, there could be other things going on in the county that people want to comment on as well. So this is from 1 to 1:30 is not solar farm hour. It's just citizen comment. And so this is your opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Well, I guess my comment would be that I hope that the commissioners do take a serious, educated look at these solar farms and where they get placed, and consider the taxpayers and the constituents and how they might affect people's lives that live here, as well as the environment. So my comment would be that I ask that you educate yourself more than just touring a plant, and that you work with the citizens as we move forward in this time of renewable energy. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are still in citizen comment. So either unmute yourself or, it must be on the other page. Deacon, your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you, commissioners. Just wanted to very briefly, sorry, for the record, Deacon Letnich. I'm with Labor's Local 335, whose office is in Vancouver. Just once again, want to chime in and let you know that we support the wind and pump storage projects in Klickitat County and would like to make ourselves available to help this board in any way, shape, or form we can. And thank Jennifer for her comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are still in citizen comment. So raise your hand or unmute yourself. Could be on any topic.
Elaine again.
Okay, wait a minute.
Bonnie Dennis White are unmuted too.
Okay, I'm going to go to Bonnie and Dennis White. If you're unmuted, go ahead because you have not had an opportunity yet to speak.
Hi, this is Bonnie. Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Can we have your address, please, for the record?
Bonnie White, 367 Oak Ridge Road, White Salmon, Washington.
Okay, thank you.
I have lived in the county most of my life, and I've lived in Trout Lake, White Salmon, Hewson, Goldendale, and I really love this county. And when I saw the map that 2/3 of the county is zoned for energy overlay, I was shocked. And I've been involved in politics my whole life. I was absolutely shocked that 2/3 of this county could house energy projects. And people right now could be looking at areas in this, they could be looking at my neighbor's property, making deals with them right now. I don't think Klickitat County is equipped for this. As I drive through High Prairie and I drive through Centerville, I see beautiful, beautiful landscapes and beautiful land. And I just don't think that we as citizens who have paid taxes for, in my case, 50 years, should have the risk of having an industrial complex move next to my property and destroy my peaceful existence in this county. And I can see why people like the, unions who live, in other areas and who finance county commissioner elections here would have an interest in doing that, because Klickitat County has become a candy store for them. And I feel like our commissioners right now are not equipped to handle the corporate interests that are looking at our county. We constantly get letters in the mail, people wanting to buy land unseen just for investment. And they're more than happy to, have wind power on their land because they have no vested interest here. I think we should have something on the ballot. I think we should ask the citizens of this county, we should show them what the energy overlay zone looks like, and they should have a vote whether they feel that 2/3 of Klickitat County should be open for energy development. You're not, when you said last week that you don't care if they're citizens of the county when they comment during this time, a citizen is a citizen. I think, stop looking towards your next election and start listening to the people who live here. I can't even imagine those middle areas of the county being solar facilities. And I am ashamed looking at people's faces on here who would do that to this county. It's outrageous. And I am certain that 80% of the people who live in this county would be outraged if they knew what was going on. Thank you.
Ms. White. Still citizen comment.
That a lower road DNR property that they mentioned earlier is actually right out my back view.
Elaine still has her hand up.
All right, I was just seeing. Elaine, I'm going to hold off. Looks like Janet Warren has raised her hand. Since you've gone already once before, we'll let other people go first.
Oh, okay, this is Janet Warren. I live at 120 Southwest West Winds Road. And I just wanted to first thank Mr. King for his comments this morning and recognizing all the additional work that his group has taken on this past year that was never expected, as he commented, and appreciate that. And the fact also that he has had to coordinate his work with other groups within our county in terms of dealing with our recent pandemic, which is still going on, as you know, and wanted also to confirm and affirm the request of our health department in asking for additional funding to have another, just a little bit in order to have a full-time nurse additionally, and want to support that in terms of your budget votes, but also recognizing that it's tough to communicate with folks within the community about what is going on. I do have a question regarding that, and you might not be able to answer that today, but that is how we are attempting to communicate with folks in the community who are not on Facebook. A lot of communication is going out from the command center, from 911, from the health department, et cetera, but the majority of it is through Facebook. And that's also true for the hospitals as well. And I'm just wondering, at either today or at another meeting, that you might talk about how do we reach those folks who are not on social media? And it's a good question, and it's one that has affected people's ability, for example, to get vaccinated. Essentially, those are getting vaccinated or because they're finding out through social media. And it's a tough issue, and I'm hoping that it's something that you all will be able to address either today or in another meeting. And I thank you very much for all the hard work you're doing.
Thank you. I like the idea. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Warren. I would agree that is a concern I have as well. I think there are folks that are falling through the cracks that are not, that, you know, there's definitely folks that are not getting information as easily as other people. And I do worry about, particularly in regards to vaccinations and, you know, when clinics are running, who's eligible, how we get that message out there. I'm hopeful that we're going to have a discussion today during our Board of Health meeting, that maybe we can get some updates there as far as specific to the vaccination piece of it, as far as how that's going. I know I am participating in a vaccination talk. I question why I'm on the panel, but I was invited Thursday night with KBH and some other the providers in the county. And so that is going to be one of the questions I'm going to be asking as well. Okay, we are still in citizen comment for 3 more minutes. If there's nobody, I know I'm going to go back to Elaine. If there's nobody else, nobody new.
I didn't see anybody else.
Okay, Elaine, you get a second bite at the apple. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Elaine Harvey, and I'm from the Rock Creek Band, and our band, Cometh Pull Band, we've been here since time immemorial. We were here first, and we have a longhouse. We have a community here, and we came to you, David Sauter, and the other commissioners a few years ago, and we brought up our concerns about these green energy projects, because our people, our band, we've been impacted by green energy since forever, since the Columbia River dams came in, which kicked our people off our lands, and they put state parks and gave our lands away. Then the wind farms come, impacted our cultural resources with no mitigation. And now we have solar. And I don't take it lightly that people want to bring in these solar projects that are going to displace our cultural resources. Our cultural resources at Knight Road, there's many. And I go there every year. I live there. I moved there because of the cultural resources, because I can go out and pick berries and gather my foods there. And now you guys want to put millions of solar there. And I've been going to this land since I was a child. Since my grandmother, she took me there. Our family goes here and gathers these foods. You guys do not care. This land, this DNR land, it has many cultural resources. The state land does too. There's many foods that we gather on this 9 square miles of land you guys want to put solar on. My people's been impacted for how many years by green energy? And now you guys still want to impact us, take everything away from us. We have treaty rights to gather our foods on these lands. We retain these rights through the 1855 treaty. And I really don't appreciate these unions coming in here trying to bribe the county. Oh, jobs. Yeah, temporary job, just like the wind farms. And there's not going to be very many jobs when the project is done. And all we're going to get stuck with is solar. We're going to lose the beauty. We're going to lose the natural resources. We're going to lose the hatchery. All for solar. Also, if you people can get some money in their pocket. I really don't appreciate this project and the secrecy that's been held for 3 to 4 years. Like I said, there's many cultural resources that's going to be lost. And that's all I'm going to say about this right now.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. That concludes our citizen comment period. Thank you, folks, for your comments, and we are listening. Okay, let's move on. Our next order of business is a department update. Human Resource Manager KC Sheridan, discussion regarding proposed revisions to Public Health Department's organizational chart. Hopefully, Casey's.
She is delayed. If you want to go ahead and deal with some consent and bills.
Okay.
Stepping out for a sec. You want to continue or do you want to wait for Jake?
I can recess for 5 minutes.
However you want to do it.
Well, I would prefer we were all here for consent. So actually, we're just gonna, we can pay the payment approvals if we want. I'm fine with those.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the payment estimate number 9 to Kirby Nagelhout Construction Company in the amount of $868,045.49 with the retainage in the amount of $43,402.27 and a 7.5% sales tax in the amount of $65,103.41 for a payment amount of $889,746.63 for the County Services Building Contract number C03120.
Okay, I will step down and second that very well crafted motion. Any discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. We've also got
so if you can find the sheet.
Yeah, there's
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the accounts payable warrants in the amount of $1,108,059.21 and payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $0 for the date ending February 22nd, 2021.
I will step down and second that motion to pay the bills. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed.
Where I can hide it.
There's Ms. Casey.
Hi.
You want to wander up slowly. Sorry. Commissioner Anderson will be right back.
Oh, Matt, you didn't hear. You missed out.
He missed out. Spent $1 million and he wasn't here for it. Which, for the record, 886,000 was across the street.
Right.
In a single
Yeah.
bill.
On a single bill. It's still hard for me to say those numbers without choking, but yeah.
Yes, it is.
Want me to wait till he returns?
Kind of. Actually, if you want to get started, maybe.
Okay. So the purpose for me being over here right now is just to kind of give you a heads up. You probably saw on the consent agenda that we turned in a resolution and an org chart requesting to change the FTEs for the nurses. So currently it is 2 full-time nurses, and the org chart is listed at a 0.8 for the additional nurse. And Erin is requesting that we go to 3 full-time nurses and then remove the casual nurse posting that she currently has. It was 3 full-time nurses in the past. I think 2013 was the last time. And then they kind of did a reorganization and changed that because they were having a hard time finding full-time nurses, but she is seeing the need for it. It would increase clients within the West End, and she thinks the income from the increased clients will help cover the cost for the additional FTE or for the increase of the FTE. So the org chart is changing from a 0.8 to a full-time nurse, and the estimated difference is supposed to be about $12,000 annually. Benefits are already part of that, accruals, things like that. So
she's thinking the increased patient payments are going to cover that 12,000.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that would help. And then the other thing is to remove the casual nurse position that she has posted for right now, that you guys had approved previously, because she sees the need to help with the clinic on both ends and all the programs across the board with public health. So
I think adding 0.2 is cheaper than adding part-time, so I'm in favor.
I know, but I think we need to be clear that I understand. Like
we're not doing the part-time as well?
No, the casual nurse position that she was advertising for will be removed. She will no longer try to fill that position.
But was the casual nurse, was that a full FTE?
It was not.
Right. So that's what I'm saying, just
Yes.
so we understand.
And it was the
part-time.
casual, yes, it was part-time. I think it was going to be similar to what the current casual nurse is of 20 hours a week. And so those hours would be similar to the full-time.
So that's what I'm saying, if we authorize the 0.5 essentially, and she's only adding a 0.2 and removing the 0.5, right? We just say 0.3, as long as she doesn't walk over here and ask for this person again tomorrow.
No. And currently the 0.8 FTE nurse position is filled with a 0.6 nurse. So, and she is actually leaving. And so that is why Erin is requesting the change, so then she can start advertising for that.
Which again, I am not, I mean, especially now, you don't have to convince me of the need. I just want to have my eyes open that this is an increase of, this will require more resources.
Yes.
And we're hopeful that those will mostly be offset. Casey's being very careful to say
That it
should
will.
help.
Well, and my other worry is that department is taking on staff right now because they need it. And if you take a temporary worker and make them permanent, if the virus goes away next year and you no longer need the staff, it's a lot harder to remove a position that's a permanent and not a part-time. So.
Currently, is that nurse's money being paid out of CARES Act dollars? Or
For the
CARES
FTE
program?
position?
Yeah.
No, this was always part of the org chart and
I know
their
it was
current
part of the
public
org
health
chart.
budget.
I guess I should be talking to the finance side on that, because a lot of their actions got covered with CARES Act dollars, and a lot of public health money for this next year rolled over, so they're still using that. So that was my question.
This was part of it before the CARES Act money came into play. So this would be part of the original.
Right. I absolutely support it now with the caveat that when to Commissioner Christopher's concern about there, you know, that was one of the ways it was really easy before was, you know, temporary casual, you know, there's no question she needs the help, please do it. But, you know, they're casual, which means when the crisis or the dollars are gone, then the position, it's much easier for the position to go away if we don't have a need for it. If we do make it permanent, then it goes on the org chart. It's on there. That doesn't
already
mean
on the org chart, right?
Yes.
This was already a position that just wasn't being filled.
It was.
It was, yes, it was filled with a 0.6 nurse. And so currently that was 24 hours a week. The org chart is for 32 hours a week, and she is requesting that it be up to 40 hours a week of full time.
Well, I think you're gonna try to get somebody on board.
I
You're
know.
gonna need, with the shortage of nurses right now, it's gonna need people.
Right. And you know, and I will say my hope is that public health, as far as funding for public health, will be better in the future. I think, you know, there's a reason that full-time position was on the org chart until you said like 2013. But and so we used to always have that, but the resources going into public health from state and federal dollars have gone down. And the county is backfilled with its own resources, but there have been limits to us to be able to do that. But my hope is, you know, I think people have a new understanding of the importance of public health. And I'm hopeful that funding will come back. And I know they're working on stuff. Just, you know, it's always, you know, I'm going to support it with just the understanding that we may have a difficult conversation a year from now.
Right. And that's, I want to second that, is it might go back down to a 0.6 or 0.8 later.
Yeah. And the director, I think, is hopeful that, the increased clients and caseloads will help offset that increase in the budget. So.
You're okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very good.
Thank
That's
you.
all I've got.
I don't like to be the budget ogre, but
No, those, yeah.
Saves me from being the budget. I figured that was gonna be my position.
no, there's plenty to share, believe me,
Okay,
to go
well,
around.
You'll see the resolution in the org chart then on your consent agenda. Okay,
Thank you. Okay, next up is miscellaneous reports. We have Columbia River Gorge Commission Executive Director.
You didn't do the consent agenda.
We'll come back to consent. I see Christina is on. There she is.
Yes, hello.
Yes, hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you okay, and I'm looking for Sandra.
She's just now joining.
Okay. Page 2.
Oh, she's on page 1.
Oh, there
She's
she
still
is. Oh,
connected.
she's on my page too. Okay. And apparently she's not going to turn her camera on, so that's.
I left and came back, so you're gonna have to let me in.
All right. Well, welcome both of you. Oh, there she is. Hi.
Sorry, I thought it was at 2.
Oh, so you got the frantic, or you're just really early for your appointment, which would be as I would expect. So, okay, so it's a quarterly update. So.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, commissioners. And for the record, I'm Christina Volnikovsky. I'm the executive director of the Gorge Commission. And amazingly, in 2 weeks, it's going to be my 6-year anniversary working at the commission. So time flies. I don't have a lot to update you on from the last time that we met. But the big news that just happened on Friday is that we received the Secretary of Agriculture's concurrence on our management plan. And what that means is that once the Gorge Commission approved the revised management plan, we sent it to the Forest Service. We submitted it to them, and then the Secretary of Agriculture reviews it and then makes sure it's consistent with the National Scenic Area Act and the purposes of the act. And then once they do their thorough review, if they have any conditions of approval or if they have any concerns, they would let us know. But on Friday, we received the letter that basically said, thank you very much, and we concur with the revisions in the plan. So the next steps are that we formally transmit the final plan to the 5 counties that have adopted the National Scenic Area Management Plan into their ordinance. And then for Klickitat County, our staff is going to be working on developing the ordinance for that. So we have about 200 to 250 days that we'll be working on that. And then at some point when all of the counties are ready with their ordinance, then they will submit it back to the Gorge Commission. The Gorge Commission reviews those, approves them, and then they go back to the Secretary of Agriculture for final concurrence. So that's the schedule that we're on. So we're hoping that by the end of this year, 2021, we'll have everything finalized. That's really about it for news on my end. But I'd be happy to take questions since we have a few new county commissioners that I haven't met with yet.
Well, you haven't met, but I'm Dan. Now we've met.
Hi, Dan.
We've seen each other before in passing. You may not have known that, but we'll meet again someday in real face-to-face.
Yes, that would really be great. I'm looking forward to getting back to sitting there at the table and visiting with you in person.
Commissioner Anderson, you want to introduce yourself?
Well, I didn't have any questions.
We've met a few times.
Yes, yes.
Yes. And I don't know if Commissioner Clark has something that she'd like to add.
No, I'm just listening.
Just listening. Are you, actually, maybe the both of you could share a little bit. My understanding that you have either have had or will have a pretty big commission turnover as far as in the Gorge Commissioner, the appointees from around the region. You know, do you see any challenges with that? You've had a pretty stable group of Gorge Commissioners. You know, a lot of institutional knowledge is apparently going to be exiting here in the near future or already has.
Are these Gorge County people or are these
Both,
governor appointees?
both, I believe. So any updates on that?
Sure. Yes. The situation is that we have 2 new county commissioner appointed commissioners. So for Hood River County and for Skamania County, both of them just started last fall. We have Dan Erickson from Wasco County, who's an Oregon governor appointee. He just rotated off. Bowen Blair, who's also an Oregon governor appointee, and a Washington governor's appointee, Janet Wainwright. Both of them are rotating off in March. And of course, we lost Lynn Burdett to retirement. So we have Casey Gatz as the interim, but we will have a new National Scenic Area Manager who will join the commission at some point this summer. Lori DeKay, who's a Washington governor appointee, she's up in June, but she is seeking an extension if possible so that we have some continuity. And then I'm hoping Commissioner Clark will consider at least some kind of an extension so that we would benefit from her wisdom and her engagement with the commission for at least a little while longer until we have some new commissioners that have been on board for a while. So I would respectfully request that that you commissioners consider that for Commissioner Clark.
Well, I will defer to Commissioner Clark, but it's certainly my hope that
well, we do have a new
process.
Now, but hopefully she applies for her seat, and she will very much be reconsidered for her seat.
I would like to be reconsidered for my appointment.
Okay, thank you. We'll get you what you need to make that happen. So,
we just have a new policy, so I want to follow that for everybody, but yes, no, I've enjoyed you, being our commissioner there, and, I think you're doing a great job, so.
Thank you.
We have definitely benefited from Commissioner Clark's input on the commission. And if you've attended any of our Gorge Commission meetings, you know that she really provides a very solid perspective for, on behalf of Klickitat County, but also on behalf of the scenic area. So it's really important having a good representative for the eastern part of the gorge.
yes. Yes, I'd love to attend, but since you have seen fit to schedule your meetings on top of ours, suspiciously, I might add. No, they've always been on Tuesdays, and so.
Yeah, so have ours.
For forever, I think. Actually, it was the county that actually moved over top of yours. The county board used to be, it's on Mondays and Wednesdays, and then at some point they moved to Tuesdays and Thursdays. So that's okay. Well, what challenges do you see coming? Actually, no, let's not even get to that. I have to do the perennial every time. How are things going with permitting timelines with, I know there is a lot of activity going on. There seems to be, as far as development reviews, I'm assuming are going on, just because I know kind of the stuff that we're aware of as far as at the county, and I'm curious, how is that working? We don't have the same level of information that we used to when we were writing the check, if I'm going to be crass. So I'd love to hear kind of how it's going.
Sure. As a matter of fact, just before this call, Bryce and I went through our spreadsheet of applications and pre-applications. So we've been cranking them out. So we've made a lot of director's decisions in the last few months. We only have 4 pre-applications right now that are pending that just contacted us, and they're getting their applications together to submit. We're publicly noticing 1 application today with the Washington Department of Transportation. It's the Jersey Barrier and Chain Link for Rockfall project. And so that is being publicly noticed today. And then we have 1, which is about a week away from a director's decision. And then there are a couple that are being paused for cultural review. We're still waiting for the Forest Service for their cultural report. And then we've got 2 more other than that. So really, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We only have 7 in the hopper right now, and of which, like I said, 1 is going to be done next week. So there'll be 6 active ones, and then 4 pending ones based on the application. So we're doing really well. If you would like me to submit, a list of the do a quarterly report along with this oral report, I'm happy to give a 1-page summary on where we are with our different applications.
That would be really useful.
That would be, yeah, I'd like that. Thank you.
Sure, it's no problem. I didn't realize that you wanted to be kept in the loop regularly on that, so my oversight, but it's very easy to do, so happy to do that.
Yeah, if it's no trouble, I would very much appreciate it.
Sure, it's no trouble.
Christina, do you think you could, excuse me, bring the commissioners up to date on Klickitat County's trial? Our trial program we have in place now?
Oh, the Klickitat compliance study?
Yes.
Sure, I'd be happy to say a few words about that. In a previous meeting, I believe I talked about doing a compliance study for Klickitat County permits. And our commissioners had asked what if there are any issues that are coming up in terms of complying with National Scenic Area permits. And so we decided to do an objective study where we have about maybe 800 permits that we have issued in the last 35 years in Klickitat County. And so we did a statistical analysis and figured we needed to look at about 80 of them in order to determine if, to get a 95% confidence interval. And so we have done a random number generator and gotten 80 permits that we have issued. And what we're doing is just making sure that the conditions of approval are being met or have been met. And we're doing all this just through Google Earth or drive-bys. We don't have any intention of contacting landowners at this point. But if we find that there are any issues that arise, either new homeowners who've repainted their house not the right color, or there could be some minor things that come up, then we'll deal with making those adjustments afterwards. But we feel it's important to go out and do these drive-by inspections just to make sure that those conditions of approval for those permits, regardless of whether they were 20 years ago or 10 years ago, would be met. So that's we're hoping to have. We're actually planning it in 2 phases. The first phase is looking at just all the different lots and trying to sort it through if some of those random lots happen to be federal land or state land or tribal land. And then the second part is actually looking at what the development was that was approved on each of those, and then doing the drive-bys and more thorough assessment of those.
So is there a parallel effort in the other 5 counties, or is this specific to Klickitat County?
No, it's just for Klickitat County because we're the ones in doing the permitting here. And so for us, it's really easy. We have all the records in our files here. So we have in-depth knowledge of all of the development reviews here. In the other counties, we review all the development permits and provide comments, but we can ask for the files anytime we need to, but we don't have that same comprehensive database that we do here. So the idea is, based on what we find out here, the other counties will have the opportunity to follow the same methodology and do the same kind of inquiry to see if there's, just to basically have a report card on the performance of the National Scenic Area Management Plan and see if it's working.
Might I add that this this order to staff, or mandate, or whatever you call it, came from the actual commission, who had a discussion about this and voted to have this trial done. And just adding that, it isn't something the executive director thought up.
Okay.
More work.
I will say it gives me pause. I was aware of it, but anytime we're talking about, compliance and checking, it scares me a little bit, just as to what, I understand the purpose of it and I guess the need for it. But the concern I would have is, what are you going to do if you find, significant non-compliance? Understanding that if I apply the same standard, like we issue hundreds of building permits a year in the county, and if I went back and checked all of those 30 years later, it's highly likely I could find problems. And so I'm just curious kind of what's the plan, because you're going to check some of these and you are going to find some non-compliance, I would be willing to bet on. And what's your plan for that?
Well, we don't really have a plan yet because we don't know if there are compliance issues. And if we do find them, we will make note of it. And then we'll also look at what is the severity of the non-compliance. So, if someone builds a fence without a permit and it's not impacting resources, then we'll just work with them to get it permitted. But if there's some egregious violations, then we'll still work with them to try to fix it, and hope that we can get agreement on that and set a timeline for it. The idea is that, like as you said, with building inspections, you give a permit for a reason, so that there's some kind of controlled development, and then that permit needs to be complied with. And of course, 20 or 30 years later, you've got different homeowners and you've got maybe different conditions. Maybe things didn't get registered on the deed like they were supposed to. So, our goal here isn't to, go out with a red patrol light, and try to stop speeders. Our goal is to really get a better sense and do an assessment of whether our rules are working or not, and to find out if there is some non-compliance out there. Is it really just kind of minor non-compliance, or did someone put up some solar panels that they didn't have permitted? I mean, that's not impacting the resources seriously, as opposed to somebody who would have cut down 60 acres of trees when they were only supposed to do some thinning around the house. So those are the kinds of things that we're looking for. It's more of a scale issue. And I think it's really important, because if we can prove that the compliance is working, that people in Klickitat County are generally following the rules and are meeting the permit requirements, I mean, that's great news. And if there are any hardship cases out there, we want to know about those. So as Commissioner Clark said, this isn't the idea isn't to go see, oh, gotcha, there's a violation there. The idea is to see whether the management plan is working, and how, if there are any issues that arise, how we can solve them.
Okay, that's just
Keep us posted.
Yeah,
please.
yeah, keep us posted. Or I'm sure I'll get
Hey,
posted. We'll
there
get
is-
posted.
I would be willing to bet that there's not one resident in my district that's out of compliance.
Yeah,
with your Gorge Commission stuff.
Yeah.
I'm hoping.
Well, I don't have anybody in my district in the Gorge Commission, so.
99% of the seat it carries is in my district, so there's a little bit in District 1, but it's mostly, it's all mine.
It's your residents.
I know, they're no,
Troublemakers.
Yeah. All right, well, anything else? We have a Board of Health meeting we need to get to.
Okay,
So
all right.
I appreciate for the update, and Sandra, I'll be in touch.
Oh, I've heard that before.
I know you have. I am just avoiding you, but.
Thank goodness for Beth.
Yes, I know. She is relaying your messages, and hopefully she's relaying mine to you.
Yes.
I will try to give you a call tonight. How's that?
Okay, that sounds fine. Thank you.
All right, bye now.
Thanks, ladies.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. Bye-bye.
And I guess with that, we will recess the Board of Commissioners meeting, and we will go to the Board of Health meeting. And I do see, have
here,
and I see Ms. Pennington is on there. Let's see.
Paul's always just registered as
As a
a
phone.
phone.
Paul, are you on the call yet? Okay, we'll give him a second.
Well, there's two phones unmuted.
Yes, I am here by phone.
Okay.
He's the 133 number.
All right. Well, I will call the meeting to order of the Klickitat County Board of Health. And I got to go to my calendar, my agenda for that.
it is.
Oh, those are the minutes.
I can go print them off.
Can you go print those for me? Price or not?
It should be in the same email, they're side by side. The first one is, yeah, second one's the minutes, first one's the agenda.
Oh, mine I have, see, I have two.
Well, they both say minutes,
They
but
both
the
say
first one
minutes.
actually has an agenda on it. Actually didn't, maybe it didn't. No?
No, that's. Okay, just a second, folks.
Yeah. Yeah, because this is the meeting minutes for January 21st. This is the meeting minutes for December 17th, so there's no agenda in this packet.
Okay, we'll be right with you, or we'll fake it. Let's see. It was from Aaron.
I'm not seeing them.
I was gonna say, I don't find them either.
I think Aaron's on mine.
Yeah. Aaron, did you send us a agenda? I think you did, but it was quite some time ago. For the Board of Health, let's see.
Did you access that? Okay, it is tab that's in your regular packet.
Oh, okay. Let's do it this way.
Still being difficult, I can go.
No, it'll be fine. There it is. All right, thank you.
I'm still scrolling. What page? Do you have any idea?
Yes. Okay, so I have called the Board of Health together, or to order. Our first order of business would be approval of the agenda. If someone could find it. I have it now.
Is it, you have it in the packet?
It's in the packet.
Can you tell what page it's on?
It
It should
is,
be tabbed. It'll say Board of Health.
yeah,
Pull up the tab.
if you pull up the tabs,
I don't know that I've ever done that.
it's on page 177 is what it's showing on mine. 178,
I'll have
It's at the
to.
very end.
very end.
Yeah.
That's fine. Somebody's gonna have to walk me through this tab thing you just said later. I've never done it that way. I didn't know
I
it
can
was
show you.
available.
You have a, on your, this bookmarks, tabs.
Interesting.
It's funny, they're all, everything's
Because I have
different.
it opened in a Word document.
Yeah, so. Okay, so welcome, everybody. So as I said, we're open for business. The first order is I would need a motion to approve the agenda as submitted.
So moved.
I will second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda as submitted. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. That passes unanimously. That brings us to adoption of the minutes. There should have been 2 sets.
I would make a motion that we, let me pull them back up here. Let's see, I'm out of position. Give me half a second. Motion that we adopt the minutes. You want to both at the same time?
Yeah, I think we can.
All right, so we're going to adopt the minutes from December 17th, 2020, and we're also going to adopt the minutes for January 21st, 2020.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the 2 sets of minutes. Any discussion on the minutes?
Yes.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
I believe the second set of minutes, the most recent, should be 2021.
Oh,
good call.
Good catch.
And there's, I think there's a few dates within the minutes that should be 2021, I believe.
Yep, I see them.
Okay.
Dave's fault, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So with that,
let's just
with that,
I would like to rescind that motion, and just make a motion for now that we approve the minutes for December 17th, 2020.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the December 17th, 2020 minutes. Any discussion on those?
Well, question, Mr. Chairman. Can we approve the other minutes with those corrections, with date corrections?
Yes, but we'll take
that. Okay. Would you like a motion to
well,
that effect?
we actually have a motion on the table right now for the 17th.
Okay. Sorry.
As presented.
As presented. Hearing no more discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Now, Sue, would you like to make a motion on the second set of minutes?
I so move. I move that we accept those minutes from January 21st with corrected dates.
Second.
I second it.
Okay, I have a motion in a couple of seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. That brings us to COVID-19 discussion. Clinical update. Dr. Person, are you available?
Yeah. Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm going to provide a clinical update, and then Aaron Quinn will talk about the activities that the Klickitat County Public Health is working on right now. So the 2 areas I really wanted to focus on for today's discussion are the variants for COVID-19 and then also some additional information about vaccination. So the variants of interest for COVID-19 are the B117 and the B1351. Those ones we're paying attention to because they do appear to be able to spread more easily between people. The B117, which was first identified in the United Kingdom, there have now been 39 cases identified in the state of Washington, primarily on the west side of the state. Today, it was also announced that a case of the B1351 variant, which originated out of South Africa, was identified in King County. In Klickitat County, we have not had any reports of COVID-19 cases associated with these variants. The State Public Health Lab is doing some focused investigations on COVID-19 tests to try to identify additional cases of the variants as they arise. The way that they do this is by doing genetic sequencing of the specimens that are sent for PCR, which is primarily the standard laboratory test for COVID-19. They are not sequencing all tests because there isn't capacity at the State Public Health Lab to do sequencing for every test. So they are focused on reinfections, so people who have had COVID and then 90 days or more later, they are testing positive again. People who are getting infected after they've been fully vaccinated, people who have traveled out of the country, particularly to areas where these variants are widespread, and unfortunately those are increasing the longer the variants have been around. Laboratories are also being asked to automatically send any specimens that exhibit what they call the S dropout phenomenon, and that just refers to the fact that when they do PCR testing, there is a certain part of the genetic strand that will not show up on the PCR test, and when that occurs, those specimens are more likely to be positive for variants for COVID-19, although it's not always the case. If any cases are identified in Klickitat County, since we haven't seen any yet, the State Department of Health would notify me as the health officer, as well as the communicable disease investigators in Klickitat County, so that we would be made aware of that. But obviously, it is a concern. Most of the countries and places where the variants have shown up, they have within a month or two become the predominant strains of COVID-19 that are circulating. So obviously, the fact that they can be passed more easily is of concern. At this point, the available vaccines do appear to provide protection, more so for the B117, the United Kingdom variant, than the South Africa one, but studies with the South Africa variant have shown that when people have had both doses of their vaccine, even though their antibody response is not as high, it is still appears to be good enough to protect from disease. So at this point, we still believe the vaccines will provide appropriate coverage, but the goal is really to get people vaccinated before these variants can really take a strong foothold in the community. With vaccinations, what would have been last week if they hadn't been delayed with some of the weather concerns across the country, and this week and likely the next week as well, is trying to ensure that everyone who's gotten their first doses is getting their second doses, so that we can have as many people fully vaccinated as possible, particularly when we see these variant strains. Getting people to full vaccination is another strategy to reduce the chance of strains mutating more. When people are partially vaccinated, there's concern that that may help to select for more resistant strains. So that's why the goal is to get as many people fully vaccinated, rather than some countries where the approach has been to just get as many people one vaccine. We're working on getting as many people fully vaccinated as possible. Another change in the guidance that has occurred is that if people are fully vaccinated, meaning that they've received at this point 2 doses of either the Moderna or the Pfizer vaccine, and it's been 2 weeks since they were vaccinated, they are not going to be required to quarantine if they have been a close contact of someone with COVID-19, because the vaccine provides immunity comparable to what is seen after infection. They do get that grace period so that they don't need to quarantine. There are a couple exceptions. So healthcare workers who've had higher risk exposures, meaning contact with essentially bodily fluids or secretions that may have from someone infected with COVID-19, or residents in long-term care facilities or patients in hospitals would still be expected to quarantine if they've had an exposure. And again, just because those are much higher risk settings. We know vaccine will prevent serious disease. We also know that it does provide you some protection. We don't have sufficient evidence yet to say we know it will stop you from transmitting COVID-19 if you are exposed to the virus. So we still expect people to wear masks and maintain their distance and limit gatherings outside of the home, even if they've been vaccinated. They have protection, but there is still the potential they may pose some slight risk to others. So at this point, we still want everyone to follow those same precautions. The longer people are vaccinated and the more people we have vaccinated, the more evidence we will get on how effective the vaccines are at stopping transmission. I anticipate that in the future, we will be able to relax some of these other requirements, but we don't have that kind of data now, so we don't want to lose the improvements we've made after, we're now finally coming down from this peak in disease activity that we saw over end of December and through January. So we don't want to erase that progress, because even those disease rates have come down significantly in Klickitat County as well as in Washington State. In many ways, we are still at levels much higher than we saw in July, which was when we had our second wave. So even though we're on the downside of this peak, activity is still higher than we would like it to be, although improving. So that is good. Also wanted to just touch briefly on CDC had recently published some data on ways to make masking more effective. It got touted in the popular press as saying that everybody should be double masking, and that's not what the recommendation actually is. The recommendation from CDC is the same as it always has been, which is that people should wear a properly fitting mask that covers their mouth and nose without gaps. It should be made with 2 to 3 ply of either cloth or the commercial surgical masks. They did studies to actually look at what makes, what masks work and what works better. And they found that even wearing one mask, again, if both a person who might be infected with COVID-19 and somebody they're next to are both wearing masks, they can reduce their risk of exposure by 83%, just each person wearing a single mask. Now, with double masking, which is preferred would be a cloth mask over the surgical mask, and the purpose of that really is to help the mask conform more closely to the face so you don't have gaps around the mouth or nose. You can increase that effectiveness up to 95 to 96%. But the most important thing is really that you are wearing a mask that covers your mouth and nose without gaps. So not any use to wear 2 masks if they're not fitting well, and if you have to constantly touch your face to readjust them or take it off because you don't feel like you can breathe as well with 2 masks, then double masking is not going to serve any purpose. And anyone using an N95 mask should not be double masking, because the N95 serves that function because it is a fitted mask. So there would be no need to wear a cloth one over that, particularly in those healthcare settings. So, and that I believe is it. So just wanted to make the board aware of just some of the changes in guidance that we've seen coming from the state and some of the rationale around that. So with that, I will ask if there are any questions before I turn it over to Aaron.
Questions for Dr. Person? Not here in chambers on the, Sue, are you okay? I can see you. Good, no questions. Mr. Moyer, any questions from you? Sounds like not. So I think we're good if you want to hand off to the health director, Aaron Quinn.
All right, take it away, Aaron.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
good. Thank you. I apologize that I wasn't able to be with you today as I had originally planned, unfortunately, but here we are. So our case rates continue to drop quite significantly. We have 730 or 741 cases now, I guess. In the county, we only have 6 active cases that I'm counting right now, which is the lowest. I don't even remember the last time I've seen 6 active cases. That's so, that's something that we can I'll be really excited about because we're seeing case counts that we haven't seen since October. I don't know that we really have a good handle on why our case counts have dropped so well, but we're not going to argue that and continue to work on our vaccination plan. So we're really excited about that. We do have 8 folks that have passed, and that was a little confusing. The state DOH reclassified 3 individuals that had passed away quite a while after they had been considered recovered by public health. So that kind of was a difficult challenge to understanding our metrics. So we knew that those individuals had COVID and we had counted them as recovered. And honestly, we wouldn't have been identified that they had passed because it was such a significant period of time after they had been considered recovered from COVID. So I know that was confusing for a lot of people. We are into phase 2 on the governor's roadmap to recovery. Again, we're still, in the regional approach. So we're with the Southwest region. So Clark County, Skamania, Cowlitz, Wahkiakum, and Klickitat make up those metrics. So the plan is that will be reevaluated on the 25th for a potential, really the only way to move is back to phase 1 on the 28th. I don't anticipate that we would move backwards based on the metrics that we're seeing in both Klickitat County and the other 4 counties as well. And I've been surprised before, but I do anticipate that we will stay in phase 2 starting next week for the following 2 weeks.
Aaron, can I ask a question? I hate to jump.
Yes.
So
go for it.
Not aware, have they published or shared what the metrics are for phase 3?
No, my understanding for phase 3 is that what I heard on one of the calls is that they should probably think about talking about what that looks like.
Yeah.
Which has kind of been the standard answer for a lot of the policy decisions this year. So as far as I know, they don't have any definition of what phase 3 would look like or what those metrics mean or when that would potentially be available for us to move forward with. So right now we're just going to do this, continue with the every 2 weeks. We'll evaluate metrics based on the region we're associated with and either stay in phase 2 and hopefully not move back to phase 1 if the disease, the case rates, the hospital admission rates, ICU occupancies, and our positivity rates decline significantly. So I think for right now, we're just going to be in phase 2 for a while, which, we were in phase 2 for a long time last year too. So hang on for more information. Hopefully it'll come soon. Anyway, that was just kind of where we're at with cases and the phasing. Did you have any other questions about that before I talk about vaccines a little bit?
Questions? No, not here. Any from Sue or Paul?
No.
Okay. Let's move on to the more exciting stuff of vaccines.
The vaccines. I know I get so excited to talk about this because we're so amazing in Klickitat County. So to date, if you look at the state website, the DOH has a dashboard and they kind of keep updated, and that's kind of the overall number that I use. To date, Klickitat County has administered 6,646 doses of vaccine to Klickitat County residents. So those are our first and second doses, but that means that we're, as long as we get vaccine, we're able to get that administered to people. So we have really good partnerships with KVH and Skyline and North Shore, and I'm going to ask them to do a quick little update on theirs too. Obviously, all four of us have really had a lot of challenges, not with giving the vaccine, but receiving the vaccine. So obviously last week, no one got any vaccine due to severe weather across the US. I know Washington State received only 10% of what they were expecting, and so we got none. I do know, as just a little bit ago, we did get 400 doses of vaccine into the White Salmon office for the Klickitat County Health Department. So we'll start working on getting that. So DOH has really tasked us anytime we receive any vaccine providers. So KCHD, Skyline, North Shore, KVH, any vaccine that's received in the county, their task to us is that we administer that within 7 days. So anytime we get an allocation, we have plans to administer that promptly so that it doesn't affect any future allocations that we may or may not get. So we did get 400 vaccines today. So we plan to administer that with, in KCHD today, or not today, I'm sorry, within the next 7 days. So I just have loved all of our vaccine clinics. I can't say how excited and appreciative people have been. Our staff are just over the top excited to be participating in the vaccines. It's been a really good experience. I've listened to a lot of phone calls with a lot of other counties, and just them not having the partnerships that we have in our county, not being able to give the numbers that we're able to give in our county. I think conservatively, with all of the players and vaccine, there's no problem with this county being able to administer at least 1,000 doses a day on an easy day, just with the systems we have currently in place, if we have vaccine. I think we're doing really, really well, especially compared to a lot of other locations. So I anticipate that we're going to continue to struggle kind of with vaccine supply over the next couple of weeks. Next week, I think Washington State is expecting approximately 290,000 doses, and that's for the entire state. And obviously that trickles down. So we'll find out later, probably Friday this week, how many doses the county will get. Usually it's between Friday and Sunday when we find out for sure what everybody gets. There are some challenges, I think, with the Moderna. So the state's really asked that we start doing a little bit more work with the Pfizer vaccine. And obviously our partnerships with KVH are going to be instrumental in making that happen. So we'll continue to work with them for that. Johnson & Johnson vaccine, potentially we could see in March. So that will also increase our flexibility. The Johnson & Johnson vaccine is only a 1-dose vaccination. So logistically, that would, cover a lot of the challenges that we've had, making sure people get both doses within the timelines, given the supply challenges that we've had. So we're doing good. So I don't know if Cindy, did you want to just talk about the work that North Shores? Are you on? Do your update?
Sure. Yeah, this is Cindy from North Shore. So we've done about 1,500 vaccines so far. And I have to say it's a lot more fun to be working on what we call the good COVID side instead of the bad COVID side. We're working on focused Latino community outreach right now. We're working with Nancy and Father Solomon at St. Joseph's, and then some Facebook Live sessions on vaccines with the Comunidades group and Ubaldo Hernandez. And just making sure our vaccine teams are bilingual and have, focused and welcoming sessions. And then also doing some planning for Native American outreach.
Great, thanks, Cindy. Rob, did you want to talk about kind of where Skyline's at for vaccinations? Are you on?
Sure. Yeah, you
Thanks,
bet.
Rob.
So Rob Kimmis at Skyline. So we've given close to 2,000 doses so far. This is first and second doses. Unfortunately, we've had challenges receiving more first doses. Haven't received any new first doses in about 4 weeks now, but we have been getting regular shipments of of our second doses. We received a shipment of 300 this morning, but those are already accounted for, and for people that are already scheduled. And the clinics we've been having so far have been at the hospital, in our lower level, our meeting space, and we're able to do easily 250 a day if we had to, but just not receiving the vaccine. But we are ready when we get it. We'll be able to roll it out to the people as quickly as possible. So that's where we are.
Thanks, Rob. And Leslie, did you get a chance to get on the call today?
Yeah, I'm here. So KBH update. We've administered about 3,700 doses. We've transferred about 800 doses, and our outreach has been really, I don't know if I'm sure you've seen on the news, the struggles that folks have had with online scheduling. And so ours has all been call-in. And so that's been, I think, really helpful for those that don't have access to technology to schedule online. So we're just, doing phone appointments. When we do get a patient who is homebound, then we have been working with the public health department to refer those patients to them, and they're doing home visits for those vaccinations. And then we're putting together a panel to really kind of address some of the concerns, hopefully questions people have, to on a weekly basis answer some of those questions for those who qualify, who just because maybe they don't have information or they have questions, they've decided not to get vaccinated yet. So we want to be able to continue to provide additional information that kind of helps those folks make those choices and decisions based upon information that they can gather. Our goal is we submitted a request for vaccine this last week to be able to redistribute more to Skyline and North Shore and the Public Health Department for the West End. So we've made significant progress on this end of the county. Our wait list is about 50 people, where there's a significantly longer wait list. And so hopefully if we can get some Pfizer, we'll redistribute the bulk of that to the west end of the county. That's it.
All right, thanks, Leslie. And so to Leslie's point, we, as the 4 entities as a group, I feel really good about the fact that we can transfer vaccine between facilities. So if I'm short one day, then Skyline can send me some vaccine. If it's some KVH or North Shore short, I'm able to send them some vaccine. And I think with just the really collaborative approach to making sure that people are being served well on both sides of the county, and making sure that the vaccine is getting out into the community. So just based on the numbers that everybody reported, the numbers reported are slightly higher than the state website does report. So, there is definitely a lag, but it's the state website still a good reference, because, the number fluctuates every single day that we're giving vaccine. And I know we had 20 doses left in our freezer this morning, and those have all been administered. So we have absolutely used every dose we have. And I think a couple of other entities are out as well. So we still are, I think there's been some confusion about the vaccine phases. So Klickitat County, with the guidance from the state, is still focusing on 1A and 1B tier 1. So we're looking at vaccinating those folks who are high-risk healthcare workers, first responders, anyone who's 65 and older, and then anyone who's 50 or older in a multi-generational household. So we definitely have a lot of interest from a lot of other groups, and we understand people are frustrated and want the vaccine sooner, but we're still, especially with these supply issues, asking for people's patience as we work just on those 2 tiers. The next group coming is going to be high-risk critical workers, 50 years and older, and that would include agriculture workers, grocery stores, K-12 staff, and a lot of other folks. But we don't have a timeline on when they're going to announce that we're able to move into that next tier, which frankly, as long as we don't actually have vaccine supply, I'm fine with, because if they move us without vaccine, that's just a disservice and a further frustration for the residents in our county. So I also wanted to mention that we've Senior Services has definitely been supporting us with some outreach with the 65 and older, along with the other entities, helping us identify some people that are homebound. All of the long-term care facility, adult living types entities within the county have been offered and received any vaccine that any residents wanted to have. We were able to address that early, so that was good. And also just really wanting to say a big thank you to Public Works, who's really been supporting our drive-up clinics with snow removal, because that was definitely a challenge last week, and they did just a great job of making sure it was safe for folks to be out there and giving vaccines at our drive-up clinics. So pending your questions, that's kind of where we're at with the vaccines.
Okay. Question, I have a couple then. Aaron, this is Dave Sauter. So actually it'd be to you and any of the other providers. Rob had mentioned you have not received any first doses in like 4 weeks. I'm curious, the other providers, are we, like the health department, are some of ours, are those for first doses, or are we only receiving second doses at this point?
No, we've only received second doses for at least 2 weeks that I know of absolutely for sure. It might actually be 3, but I'd have to verify that third week that's been just second doses.
Leslie, is that the same at KBH?
Ours are primarily second doses. We did about 200 first doses last week. With Pfizer comes in 1,170 doses at a time, and so trying to get those out all at once. We had the first kind of wave of the phase where we got the majority of that out, and then the second phase. So the timing of that, we just had 200 left to do last week, and then they've all been second doses since then. And we haven't received any more vaccine in a couple of weeks.
And Cindy, how about North Shore?
Yeah, ours has been the same. I think we did 100 first doses last week, but it's been primarily second doses.
Okay, that's consistent what I'm hearing from from our colleagues around the state. It's the same story. So, okay. I did have a question too, I guess it would be more to Aaron, or actually everybody, is there's concern about, Leslie, you had mentioned about, yours was not really the, online sign up, that was really more the old school call in, which, because there is concern out, that how are they getting notification? How do they know? Because not everybody has access to technology or is getting their news on Facebook and what is our plan? When I say our plan, I'm talking to Aaron at this point, as far as that specific thing, as far as how we're going to outreach to folks and make sure we're getting, so that they know they're eligible, and here's what you need to do if they're not, they're not hooked up on Facebook.
Yeah, so I think I know for us at the health department, the 65 and older group is in a group that we are typically engaged with and is involved with as a lot of other groups. Yeah, but I think KVH, I think, did. I think Skyline and North Shore, and they correct me if I'm wrong, but they reached out to all of their patient populations that were 65 and older. Senior Services has been helping us with outreach and just been calling people that, utilize their services and that sort of thing. So, between the outreach programs that we have in each agency, which are varied just because of the, we all have a slightly different population, even though they're all residents of the county, and the newspaper and everyone's social media and the radio, then the TV. I think it would be hard for someone to be missed, but certainly if anyone knew of a group or an individual that was getting missed, we would definitely want to know that and make sure that they are getting taken care of.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Aaron or the folks? The Brain Trust?
A lot better news than we've had for a long time.
Yes, yes.
It really is.
Yeah. It's a much lighter place than it was a month ago. Our last Board of Health meeting was not as upbeat.
It's just frustrating with 6 active cases in the county that we don't even know what a phase 3 is, what it takes to get there. God forbid if we get to 0 active cases and still don't know. I think we probably will.
Well, I continue pushing on your, we push on Wasulfo. You guys have Wasac, so make sure that, you continue to express your frustrations or concerns as they may be to the powers that be. Cause I think, that's what we're going to have to continue to do to get, more clarity.
Okay. Anything
If you don't
else?
have any other questions about vaccine, I do have just 3 quick more things, and then that's all I have for today. So just really quickly, if you hadn't seen, there was a really nice press release put out yesterday by the school districts within the county, and that's another collaborative group that I'm really proud of being able to work with. I still continue to meet with them every Wednesday. All of them are in some form or fashion of a hybrid model of learning. It's different at every school, and that is because of the space. There are space requirements, obviously social distance, and so depending on what school it is and what kind of space they have what their teachers union and there's a lot of factors that go into. So every school is a little bit unique in their setup, but every school is having students in person. One of the, I think Bickleton or Roosevelt has been in school since August of this year. And so when you hear the news and how many students are just really struggling around the US with not being in school, and the fact that we have so many students that have been in school for so long in this county, I think is just a real win. And I really appreciate the partnership we have with the school superintendents and then the work that they've done to make sure that in COVID that they've been able to keep those students in school. So that work still continues. We did have one of our nurses resign. They had an opportunity that I think will be really positive for them. So we're excited that they're moving on, but thank you for approving the position. So we are looking for a full-time nurse in the White Salmon office. So if anybody knows anyone that is really excited to work with COVID, and some other things, because we do other fun things when COVID's not around. We are looking for a full-time nurse. And then I did want to, and actually I'm going to turn this back to you all. I talked to Lee last week about the position for the DD board that you all were going to advertise. And I felt like if somebody wanted to just give a quick what you're looking for in that position, because I think this is a good group to talk about that in front of, because we do support their work as well.
Okay, good call. I added that on my list of information to the paper, so if you were to story on it, there'll be something. But I was gonna check with you to find out when the meetings were gonna be for that. So if people ask when the meetings are
I
gonna be.
believe they're on Wednesdays. I think there was possibly one tomorrow.
Because that's what in our little packet, if they go looking, hey, I'm interested in that board, it didn't say when the meeting.
It has been added.
It has been added.
Where can someone find the packet if they're interested in, I apologize, I didn't find it, but where can they find that to see if they'd like to be on the board?
Right now, Aaron, I would ask that you just have them email BoCC and we'll be happy to send it. We've got a draft that's on the website, but we'll be revamping that this week and putting the finished product up there by the end of the week.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I just wanted to have an opportunity to advertise that for y'all too, because I think that's important. So pending your questions, that's all I have for today.
I have a question, Erin, about the board that you're just referring to. Can you say more about that, what it is?
I honestly, it's the Developmental Disabilities Board, and I actually don't know much about the board. I just, I was told that they are looking for someone to participate. And I felt it was important for me to just say that we are looking for that individual and to reach out to the BoCC email if someone was interested in participating in that. Skamania County has taken over that contract for us. So we in Klickitat County don't actively administer that contract, but we do still have a seat on their board and we still do support the work that they do. So.
Yeah, so if you know anybody that would be a good fit or would have an interest, have them contact us.
Yeah, and so I mentioned it on my radio thing yesterday about those boards and commissions. The Goldendale paper is talking about possibly writing a story on it. I also plan on reaching out Facebook wise out here. So hopefully we can get some applications for that committee and present them to you guys to make a decision on, I think.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Erin? If not, I just had one, I'm just passing it along, Erin, or I guess it could be for KVH as well, but I suspect it'd be the health department. I did get asked yesterday, do we plan at some point that we would have out for East County? And this actually came from the regional landfill folks. We're asking about the possibility, when the bulk of their workers were eligible for vaccination, if we would do is it possible to have a vaccination clinic out at either at Roosevelt? There's a lot of folks all in a single place as far as their employees, and they would be happy to work with us or work with you, the health department, to, they could cycle everybody down through and, offer that vaccinations for their employees. Is that something we could do, or is that allowed?
Yes, so that's absolutely something that's on our radar and something that we're hoping to do soon. I've been hesitant to plan outreach events when I don't know from week to week how much vaccine I'm going to have. So we're looking for a little bit more stable supply and moving into the next tier before we are going to look at that. But we have plans that we can be down in the Roosevelt, Bickleton area. We've done flu shot outreach there before, so that's all good. And then there's actually unfortunately, a bit of paperwork and logistics that has to go into asking permission to take our vaccine out there. But we have our tentative plan. We're ready to go. We just need vaccine and permission and to move into the next phase, and then we can make that all happen, because we want to be able to address the teachers out there that need it. There's a lot of high risk, there's a lot of agriculture workers out there. So really just going out there for a day, I think is coming soon.
Okay.
Just don't know when. And Rubenko, obviously, because they would be probably in the next tier as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there's no more questions, that brings us, oh, yes.
Did you see?
No, Mr. Harpole, I see you have raised your hand.
Hi, commissioners.
Yes.
This is Vern Harpole from Lyle, retired public health doc, retired county health officer. And I just want to share in all the happiness that's going on here, despite what's going on. And I've said this before, I guess at the last meeting, but the just the amazing good feeling that I've watching the Board of Health, the hospitals, and the health department all working together. I'm hoping that you guys can build on this once COVID is gone, and continue to do monthly meetings with all the other problems that are going on that the health department can work with. The two counties across the river where I was working are similar in size, and they were monthly meetings. They were just part of the commissioners' meetings every month. And this kind of good stuff happens monthly if you work regularly together. So anyway, congratulations on doing such a good job, Aaron, and the Board of Health, and keep it up.
Thank you, Mr. Harpole.
Thank you.
That brings us to, actually, Vern, you would have been our first public commenter, I guess. So we are open for public comment now. That's our period of time right now. If there's other folks that wanted to address the Board of Health, this would be your opportunity. Either raise your hand or unmute yourself if you're on the phone. You have one? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Anderson.
I know there's been a lot of talk in the state about the Board of Health and the number of people on them, and I know that it's changed here over the years. One question that was brought up to me is do we want to make room for any cities to sit on the Board of Health, electeds from a city? And do we see value in that?
Okay, that would be a discussion, I guess, for the board.
Discussion now.
We could have, well, this is citizen comment, but if there's, so I don't want to shortchange folks, but I don't see anybody jumping up and down that wants to give citizen comment. So I don't see any reason. Let's have the oh, wait, I have Mayor Keefler.
Hi. I guess I'm not jumping up and down, but I appreciate Commissioner Anderson bringing this forward. We had been having a conversation. I think this is probably a conversation happening in many places, and I feel like it kind of segues well off of Vern's comment just now. I think that, you know, this pandemic has just brought forward a situation that so many of us couldn't have anticipated in different roles, and I think it has made us approach public health differently. And I know that boards of health has been a topic at the state level, but my approach with Commissioner Anderson really was just something I had been thinking about for a while in terms of appreciating the input and collaboration that we did have when the AOC was at a higher level of commissioners and mayors coming together. And as I was understanding better the Board of Health requirements currently in state law, I feel like we're at this limit where your Board of Health can't really bring other voices to the table, even from the community, because of that balance of the elected officials holding the majority. So the thought that I had expressed was, is that an opportunity for more of the elected officials in the county to be on the Board of Health? It could also give you the opportunity to consider adding another citizen representative and hopefully build a dynamic where we are bringing more voices on different matters. I think that along the lines of what Vern said, all of us have started to think outside the box, and you know, this is nothing new, but I think that it's just realizing that a lot of the things we're talking about in certain lanes, whether it's affordable housing or economic development, all intersect with health too. You know, sometimes suicide prevention is really for an individual knowing that they have secure housing and financial stability, and all of these roads intersect, and we're all touching them in different ways. And so maybe on the health side of things, the pandemic taught us that having more of that perspective or representation at the table could be beneficial in the eventual decisions. And this would be a way for you to continue to meet that elected official requirement while being able to add or bring some diversity in on your citizen appointments.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello?
Okay. Yes. Ms. Blanchard, go ahead.
Linda Blanchard. I would like, as a person of a certain age who just got my second vaccine dose, to say how wonderful the whole process was and what a fabulous job Klickitat County has done in that area. Just really appreciate it.
Good. Thank you. It's good to hear some positive stuff. We don't always get that. We generally only get the
I know.
Totally different than
Yes,
last one.
yes. Yeah, we're gonna have these more often. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Janet Warren, I don't know if you're raising your hand or just saying I agree with your thumbs up.
I'm laughing.
Okay.
No, yes, I agree. Yeah, but I also wanted to affirm and confirm our mayor, we all are one here in Klickitat County of additional representation on the Board of Health, not because we don't already have great representation, just additional representation to be considered. And it is something that we don't have to wait for. It's something that we can contemplate. For example, as you know, I asked earlier about outreach into the community and wondering about, for example, the demographic population of who has actually been vaccinated so far. What are the demographics of who has been vaccinated so far? So about 10% plus of our population is Latinx. And one of my questions is what percentage of the Latinx population has been vaccinated so far? So you all didn't have to answer that question right now, but that is a question. However, I do want to confirm Mr. Harpool's comment about meeting. If we look in the ordinances for our Board of Health right now, meeting monthly is already in the Board of Ordinances for our county under 8.04. So for us to be in compliance with ordinances that already exist, to celebrate this wonderful cooperation with all of the various folks and all that there is to discuss, we would also be in line with ordinances that already exist, that have been in the line, I believe, since 1994. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Warren. We are at 3 o'clock. Anything else for the good of the order from the members? I would say, not hearing that, I will comment a little bit on the expansion of the Board of Health. I'm not opposed to that. I think that's the issue has always been that the only way we could do it would be if we had added more elected officials on there, because that is in the state requirements, that in the statute, that it has to be the majority of members have to be elected officials. Doesn't say they have to be county commissioners. County commissioners, I think, are required to be on the Board of Health, but they do not have to make up the only elected officials on the board. Otherwise, you would be constrained always to 5 members. And I know in other counties across the state, they do have boards of health that are larger than 5, because they do have elected municipal folks are also sit on the boards. So that's something I think we should talk about. I'm open to having that discussion. And it'll be a discussion. So we will, hearing nothing else, then I guess we will adjourn the Board of Health meeting. Thank you all for attending. And you can stay on, it's the same channel. The Board of Commissioners will be reconvening in about 6 seconds. So.
You need a motion to adjourn?
Yeah, I guess I really should.
I will make a motion, we adjourn the Board of Health meeting.
I will second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn the Board of Health meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. See you on the other side. Okay, I will now reconvene the Board of Commissioners meeting. And our next order of business is a Lisle community member, Vern Harpole, who we know of. an update on the Lisle Community Council's efforts to obtain safe access to the Lisle Sandbar at the confluence of the Columbia and Klickitat rivers. Mr. Harpole, take it away.
Thank you and good afternoon, commissioners. Again, my name is Vern Harpole and I'm here today formally representing the Lisle Community Council. The Community Council has asked me to present a draft resolution to the board. This resolution is to place on record the community's support for the legal and safe access to the Klickitat River Sandbar. The presentation is meant only for your information and discussion today. It's kind of meant to be a heads up to our elected officials of what your constituents are up to. But, and there's always a but, the idea and hope is that we will deliver the official signed proclamation next month with a formal request of asking for your help to form a county community task force. We envision this task force to be comprised of volunteers with expertise in dealing with the many responsible parties and stakeholders. The task force will need to develop contacts with the stakeholders, understand their issues, and lobby their support. The task force will need to come up with a design and get it funded. We expect this to take years. But finally, as I was contemplating discussing this with you guys today, I just have to put in kind of my own 2 cents worth. Dave is familiar with me. The other two will get to be. It just bugs me that, and all people in Klickitat County, if we develop another wonderful access point to the river, we want this task force to address that it become economically prosper or appropriate for the community. We don't want to develop another neat place for Hood River and Portland people to come, have a lot of fun, use our resources, never drop a dime and leave. So I think that as much as, you know, getting across the tracks and getting the sandbar is all important, we would hope that this is just, I'm editorializing now. So I will hopefully screen share now with you my resolution if Lee has given me permission, read the resolution, and whatever time's remaining, we can, you can answer, I'll answer any questions you might have, maybe give another sales pitch.
Hey,
So,
Vern, I made
yes.
you the host, so you should be able to share your screen.
Okay, so here I go, I think.
Don't you just love Zoom?
Like that.
Are you,
Just like that.
are you seeing it?
Seeing it, but you could make it bigger. Actually, I can make mine bigger. It's fine.
Put your glasses on.
It was with my glasses on. Come on now. Don't
Get
pick
your
on the
glass.
old- Don't pick on the old people.
I'm going to read it, Dave, so you don't have to really why.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Draft Community Council document. The title is Proclamation in Support of Developing Safe Access to the Klickitat River Sandbar. Again, it's a draft. Lisle is a small unincorporated community situated near the sandbar that is created by the Klickitat Rivers merged with the mighty Columbia. The population is roughly 500 residents. Whereas the Klickitat Sandbar is currently not legally accessible due to restrictions by BNSF, whereas BNSF restrictions prohibit legal access to the sandbar, multiple users still do park haphazardly on both sides of State Route 14 and Canyon Road and cross the railroad tracks illegally, which creates significant public safety issues. Whereas the Klickitat Sandbar is recognized in the kiteboarding community as a location with world-class conditions, whereas safe and legal access to Klickitat Sandbar will be a positive development for the vitality of the Lisle community. Whereas there have been years of investigation, public meetings, and support for safe legal access to Sandbar by our very own County Commissioner Dave Sauter. Whereas there are multiple agencies that would be involved with this project, the Lisle Community Council hereby proclaims on behalf of the Lisle community that there is significant interest, support, and willingness to work with all parties involved to see this project to fruition. what you Board of Commissioners should expect is that we'll come hat in hand next month with this proclamation. And hopefully with this heads up, you can give us some idea on whether this task force is a good idea or not, how it would work. Have you done it before? And the like. So we got a couple more minutes. Any questions or comments?
This is Commissioner Christopher. I got a question for you. You said that this task force would go out and secure funding. Are you trying to do your own thing without having to ask for county funding, or are you planning on eventually asking for county funding as well?
Yeah, that's so the meetings that we've had.
Question, right?
No. The meeting we've been looking to this already, and there are a couple state agencies, I can't remember the names right now, that from various experts that we have seen that are just sort of ready and willing to do this exact kind of work for a grant. And you guys may be familiar with them, but I think that we can probably get grant money as easy or quicker than we can get county money. It just has all of the aspects of a positive grant consideration. It's recreation, it's economic development, it's safety, it's utilizing a national park, which is essentially what the Columbia Gorge Scenic Act is, to give better access to its citizens. So we're envisioning that we get a grant, but we need some sort of elected body to be our support. Lyle's an unincorporated community. You're our de facto mayors. You're our rulers. We're going to need some sort of county elected official stamp when we start lobbying folks for grants, and you have a funding sort, a fiscal intermediary, et cetera. I hope that answers your question, Mr. Christopher.
Dave, your opinion, was that your take on it? You've been working with this.
Yeah,
I think it's doable by grant without any county match funding.
I think there'll be some need for match. There's always a match as far as, I think the biggest issue is going to be what is a practical solution that people can live with. People meaning not the end users, but the railroad, tribal fisheries, DOT, those folks, as far as what they are going to want. And frankly, the efforts to date have been not fruitful because of if you ask them what they want, what they come up with is so, it's just impractical from a financial standpoint.
Well, that's kind of my question, is if it's county money, does the rest of the county outside of this community support spending our money on this project that may heavily support out-of-state windsurfers? That's where I would become a problem. If we're investing a big chunk of county money in this project, even as a grant match, if the people of Husum aren't interested, the people of Trout Lake are not interested, the people of Bickleton are not interested, it's going to become a lot harder for me to sign off on a project when I think it's majority out-of-state tourism dollars that might get a burrito on their way in and out of town. But anyway,
okay.
My opinion.
All right, I would have a different perspective in that I think we're one county and that we make investments around in, different, well, no, that's not true at all. The taxpayers in my part of the world paid for a new water system in Bickleton. That was $500,000 that we wrote a check. The taxpayers in Goldendale paid for a wastewater plant in Dallasport, which was not, I don't live in Dallasport. Why am I paying for that? There are numerous instances, we are a single county.
I didn't say I wasn't, no.
No, I know.
You said
I'm just
know
saying
where
that
I'm coming
if
from.
it's a good project and it brings economic development, wherever it is, then I think we need to look at it. That would be my perspective.
I look at this as a safety issue. Right now, it looks like everybody's walking down that road, going across that railroad. That's, it's got a little bit of a bend to it. I wouldn't want to do it if I was hearing impaired. You've looked at it for years. What is the logical solution?
The logical solution is an at-grade crossing with and that's the hardest part is BNSF, their standard position is no new at-grade crossings ever.
Right.
I mean, that's their thing. Now, them saying that doesn't mean that's so. They build new at-grade crossings all the time across this country. And I understand that's their position. So the cost differential between an at-grade and an underpass or an overpass is an order of magnitude different. So if it has to be an underpass or an overpass, it's a non-starter. There's no, there's just no way.
Nobody'd ever use the overpass. Underpass, maybe.
It's literally millions and millions of dollars to do that. An at-grade crossing is a relative, especially pedestrian access, is a relatively small, wouldn't really take that much capital, could be done in, I think it's totally doable. And especially, but you do have to get the support from the community, which I'm glad to see the community. This is being identified as a really important priority for the community of Lisle. And that's not at my urge. I'm not out there stirring them up. This is their idea. Although I'll come stir them up if you want me to, Vern.
We do.
Okay, good. Come stir. So, I mean, I think it is, I look at it as more of a safety project than anything. Somebody eventually is going to get hit on a busy day there, whether they're folks from Hood River or there's lots of local folks down there recreating, kiteboarding even. Believe it or not, there are people that live in Klickitat County that kiteboard. And, somebody's going to get run over and killed, and then suddenly we'll be able to find some funding to fix this problem.
Well,
Mr. Christopher.
I have the same fears of if we do a cross grade or a roundabout or something like that, we're going to have issues with cars that we don't currently have. So I think it could create safety concerns for vehicles that we don't currently have. So there's also another perspective, is my point.
Right.
I guess I look at it as this is one crossing. We also have the proposed City of White Salmon park that's going to need a crossing.
Right.
And we also have the sandbar on the White Salmon River that people are crossing.
Right.
And the response of what happened when somebody got hit there right at the bottom of Underwood Cutoff was they put up a chain link fence.
Right.
And you could have that same thing happen here, which shuts the sandbar off to everybody. So it's one of safety. My question is should the task force just be looking at this one or looking at all of them? Would we be more successful going to BNSF if we're trying to do 3 projects, all the same thing versus one? What does that look like? And where's the value at? Well, I do think, I have no problem personally walking across railroad tracks, and if it's going to cost $10 million, well, there's $10 million we can spend somewhere else.
Right.
If it's $500,000 and it saves a life, oh, then that's a little different.
Right.
But BNSF also then has to upkeep that and add it to their switching, and
right.
I understand where they're coming from.
Right, I understand where they're coming from. But I also understand that, public access to the river is a top priority in the National Scenic Area, in the management plan. And there is, I could make a case, there is a federal responsibility to help, considering the public land that people are accessing is federal public land that was bought with taxpayer money that folks can't get to. So See, Vern, you started a whole conversation here, which is what you were hoping for.
That is exactly what I was hoping for. And just to kind of support what you're saying, Dave, and obviously we're on the same side, but our discussions have shown that, I mean, this is literally world-class site. The current only legal school right now that teaches there, the guy's from South Africa, and he teaches all over the world. And there's just no better place with the nice long beach, the perfect fetch, the wind, the everything. He actually accesses it very legally by taking his little boat down to the fish ramp on the Lyle Point, taking the folks across the Klickitat River and doing the thing there. His point is that you're never you can put up all the barbed wire fences you want. This place is going to be accessed no matter what. And we just have to, and it's been doing that for years and getting more and more and more valuable. It's just, I can't emphasize enough. It's a world-class site that is in Klickitat County that we need to develop for safety, but for pride, for the community, health. It's like looking the other way when the gold is shining or the oil's bubbling up or the windmills aren't freezing. I'll shut up.
All right.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe we can put solar panels.
Yeah, maybe. Prosecutor, did you have,
Well, I just want to remind you that, that you were involved, I dragged you into some meetings that I have related to.
Yes.
To the sandbar. This is something I've been paying attention to. My office was overlooking that for years. And I saw that exponential growth and the utilization of the sandbar. And, one of the things that's been pretty clear is that our partners on both the state and federal level are specifically opposed to allowing access to that sandbar. So you were in that meeting in which the Department of Interior said straight out they will fight this tooth and nail.
Right.
And they were backed up by their colleagues at the Department of Ecology and the different state agencies that they believe the interests of the tribe objecting to individuals being down there overrides any need for public access. And they've said that repeatedly in meetings that they will fight tooth and nail to have any access. So BNSF is bad enough.
Right.
But when you compound that with the objections from both the federal and state government supported by the sovereign nation, it's a Herculean task to get legal access down there.
right. Hence why I haven't accomplished that.
Right.
So.
Well, that's why I adopted the policy of because of their blatant refusal to facilitate access. And that was the purpose of the meeting. I notified law enforcement I will not be prosecuting individuals for trying to access that sandbar, and have not and will not, because it's just rewarding the bad behavior of BNSF and the Department of Interior.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's good knowledge.
Yeah. Okay, I think we will continue the conversation, but I look forward to you folks next month. Bring us the proclamation. We'll do some discussing as far as, task force, if we support that, if the board supports that, where I'm at on the thing, at least something. I don't know if task force, I'm not sure what the best vehicle is to try to get the community involved in, but Prosecutor Cannell is correct that it's a tall order for the community, but I'm glad somebody wants to tackle it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harpool. Okay, we will move on then to elected officials. Update, prosecuting attorney.
I just wanted to have an executive with Assessor Schroeder, so for the end of the docket or whenever you want.
Okay.
How much board pending do you have?
Yeah, how much board pending? I don't.
Not that much.
Okay, let's take that.
Depending on how much you want to talk.
We still have the consent agenda.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. Let's do that while we're.
Circled, but
yeah. that would be bad if we left without doing that.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda with 12 items.
I will second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passed.
Pay estimate, Mr.
Already
Chairman.
did it.
We did those when you were
Oh,
absent.
We spent $1 million while you were gone.
We did, we spent $1 million.
It's not my money.
You didn't have to sign off on it.
No, you don't have to sign for it, so it's okay. Okay, board pending.
Going back to the prices for ads in the
Oh, okay.
paper. I need to know whether you guys want to do an ad for a week or what you wanted to do, if we're gonna try to get this.
This is something that I had put together. That way it kind of covers all of your boards. Plus it's trying to re-educate the public to come to the county website.
The hard part for us is we haven't laid out to kind of be able to do this in the policy, but we're kind of last minute crunch time, trying to fill vacancies that are. So I don't know. I think we should be at least do 1 week's worth of ad, and I would say that cost wise, there ain't a whole lot of difference between 5-inch and 10-inch. $18.
I would be fine with putting an ad in, especially if he's going to run an article on top of it.
Kind of where I was at.
You're keeping it fair, so.
So anyway, yeah, so if that's the case, the 3x10 black and white is $255. If you want color, it's an extra $150. Those are the options presented to the board.
I don't think we need colors.
No, I think black and white's fine.
I
Good luck.
agree.
What are we made of money?
I agree. Do you want him to write something up? I mean, if we're really gonna try to get this in the paper, I don't know that I could bring back a sample for your approval by next Tuesday. Otherwise, it's gonna be a whole nother Tuesday
Well,
for it makes a paper.
This is a notice, so this is what we're putting in. He writes his own thing. He writes his own article.
I think they could do like an ad based off of this, if not, you know, they can. That's way more than I give them sometimes, you know, every 4 years.
Yeah.
So 3x10 is something in this variety, and you're good with it?
Yeah.
How do we arrange payment for such a thing? Or they just
I
bill us
send them
over
an email with what I want, and then they send me the bill.
Got it. Perfect.
Then we pay it.
We've got her down.
Okay. Yeah, Lee's all over. She knows how to do publication.
Oh, okay, yeah, that works. I haven't had time to look this over. I wish it would, but
Okay.
I'll look it over after. Mr. McClure's letter about the dams, is that in the packet that we're?
It's in your sign folder, I believe, the agenda
Okay,
packet.
got it. I'm trying to be fast. Oh, I talked to Bishop Sanitation about potable water. To get their water out of a well in Goldendale or off their property. Both wells are or both water sources are inspected multiple times a year. Their truck is inspected multiple times a year. They haul potable water all over the place, including Canada or California. They will jump through whatever hoops we need to make potable water legal in our county like it is in parts of the rest of the state. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So anyway, nuisance cleanup, talked to a couple of cleanup guys. Their big problem is they bid on every single item that is full of asbestos. So if you want to remove one car, they bid it
As if
the
everything
trunk is full of
right.
asbestos,
Right.
because they just don't know. So if we did something with them and worked with them that, first off, bid it like it doesn't have asbestos unless we know it does. If it does, then come back and work with us. But also, a couple of key points that came out is, like when Gordy submits an item for bid, he puts what we think it's worth. That needs to be on there, because they need to know what we think it's worth or what we're willing to pay.
Okay.
Otherwise, they're bidding 47,000 because they think we might pay it. That's kind of what my eyes kind of tilted up, like, really, you're doing that? But yes, they're doing that. So if we go, no, we think this is a $8,000 project. You're gonna
When I bid a house for a client that was, they didn't tell me what they wanted to pay.
Well, this is.
Well, maybe.
I'm
maybe, I
hearing
guess.
numbers that they're getting $250 to mow a 12 by 12 yard as a nuisance abatement. So yeah, there's spare no expense for this time. So if you
Okay.
don't put a number in there, they're gonna
Here's
be
what we
high.
expected.
Yeah.
This is what we think it should be.
So I think that's totally workable to get our numbers down.
Problem is when you do hit asbestos, so you're gonna put in there, you're bidding it as if there's no hazardous waste. If you meet hazardous waste, then it's usually time and materials on top of it, and
Or
it
something.
suddenly becomes $80,000.
Or maybe we
we're
have-
done, and we just step out and give you your $5,000 and we're not abating the property anymore.
Or maybe we talk about, I don't know if we can do it, like we have a asbestos abatement folks on retainer that do our that we have experience with, and maybe
we small.
One of that's an option.
like it's a separate thing.
Our nuisance abatement officer, we can get him trained to check for. And the one cleanup guy I talked to is planning on getting himself trained for inspecting for that kind of stuff. So maybe you can have a public bid, but let them see the property, walk the property, check the property, check for asbestos, and then they know, and they don't have to bid like it's full of asbestos if they know it ain't. Those are just ideas. I know in our board policy that we just approved a minute ago for the new appointees, it's a 21-day, or there's something in there about a 21-day application process for this whole thing. Are we starting that officially today since we're signing the document today, or are we holding ourselves to 21 days? Are we going to bring back applications in 3 weeks for the board's approval? What's our plan there?
Well, it says publish this in March 10th and March 17th, so that gets us to 21 days.
You're going to publish this 2 weeks?
That was just a suggestion.
Oh.
No, your 21-day period has to be subject to some discretion, because all of your boards are a little bit different. That could be the goal, is to complete everything within a 20-day process.
Is that your guys'? I just want to make sure I'm on the same page as you guys. I don't honestly care one way or the other.
I want these, I want us to be able to get these filled is what I'm concerned about. And, and I want things to be open and throw the net out there. And if folks want to apply for stuff, great, but I'm not going to go wait and beat the bushes and make sure.
14 to 21.
As far as
Did you guys want to do 2 ads or 1 ad?
We typically, but that's like a legal notice, we do 2 weeks, but we don't have to. 1's enough. I mean, if it's in conjunction, my thing would be timing it with the story, or either having the ad and then the story, or preferably would be having them, hopefully they do them at the same time.
I mean, the story is going to do more than the ad.
Yeah, right.
And so
after you can do the story 1 week and the ad the next week. So then we
sets it up
in 2 papers.
2 papers. That's
if
true.
You only want to do 1, that's how I would do it. But anyway, we need to know that so we can.
Right.
I can't ask you in an hour and a half.
Both newspapers, and plus it'll be on the website.
Yeah, we're doing both newspapers?
I generally try to,
Okay.
so I can get a good selection.
Well, there is part of the rest of the
No,
county.
I know, but normally we only.
No, we have always advertised.
I like that.
We always do.
We have
that's
always
good.
advertised in both west and central.
1 week, 2 weeks, where are we at?
I'm fine with 1 week.
I'm fine with 1 week.
I'm fine with 1 week.
Okay, are you okay then with March 10th being the target date for this?
Yeah.
Target date for when it's in the paper?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd say as soon as possible, but that's
That
just-
probably is March 10th. I mean, what is today?
Today's
only the 23rd. I would say as soon as we can.
I was gonna say, they might.
We
be-
can get it in there a week ahead. That was
First week of March would be great.
The 3rd.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
First week of March would be the better for me.
And then we need to set when we're gonna look at applications.
Because I think that should be in the paper too.
Yep.
We need to know, if it's not gonna be 21 days and it's gonna be 14, they need to know. So I would say, I mean, same deal, we can always say that we're looking at applications on the 10th or on the 9th, the week after that.
I would say we're looking at applications on the 12th. That gives us the weekend.
The 12th?
Yeah.
That's a Friday.
Yeah, that's when they need to have them turned in by.
Oh, so you want to look at applications during our meeting on Tuesday, the 16th?
That would be my thought.
Okay, I would like that better.
Right, that'll work.
Gives us another week.
That's my thought.
Okay.
I hope I'm wrong, but I suspect we are not going to be sorting through hundreds of applications to serve on these free appointments on these boards.
I don't know. Would you ever thought there'd be 50 people calling in, listening to our entire meeting, having this conversation?
No, but this is like watching TV.
That'd be
board is
some
work.
boards I already have.
Anybody that served on any of these boards knows
that
it's a bunch of work.
Pretty much takes care of mine, other than was going to remind you about the Journey Through Klickitat visitor guide after meeting today. That's it for me.
I'm good too for board pending. Okay, executives, actually, it's gonna be a while. Can we call you?
Okay.
Just a minute.
A suggestion, the discussion with Director McClure may not qualify for executive session. So if you wanted to go ahead and proceed, you know, and then if it does qualify, then you can go in and then follow up with the other one. That way you're not going out and coming back in.
Okay. Because you would like to go last, I'm sure, you and Krista, if possible.
Well, the assessor's next conversation is on pending litigation,
So it's definitely I know that. All right, well, let's start with you and see how
Okay.
Go ahead. It's a great time right at the end of the day. We're just in.
Okay. It's kind of hard to figure out at this point how to discuss this without.
Yeah, I'm having some advance, that you and I had a discussion.
I could say, yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's like almost like you and Mr. Cannell need to have a discussion for 5 seconds to decide whether it is.
I mean, if we are talking about compensation or job qualifications of a specific employee, that would be executive session. I would suspect.
Yeah.
Would be my interpretation of, or I would defer to the prosecuting attorney. If we were talking about the process of how we determine compensation for a box, that's open session.
Right. I'm dealing, I guess, with both. So, we've been talking for 2 years at least about the need for some reorganization.
Right.
In my department. I operate with minimum staff, so we're very flat organizationally. We have talked about the 2 coordinator positions that I have needing to be addressed. We have specifically talked about an admin assistant position that over the years that position's responsibilities have grown. They are functioning at a much higher level than previously. When this thing was put together, the organization chart was put together. Their accounting responsibilities, some of them are a little black box to me, quite frankly. I don't work with Kayenta. I know that they take the person in that position now takes a lot of responsibility and initiative. They enter costs, my accounts payable, the time. They work with grant managers that I have. They're administering grants in the financial component of it, as opposed to like a technical elements of the work product itself, no, but in working with the administrators for the grants, setting up what needs to be done, getting the job cost numbers together, figuring out how everything needs to get broken down, and then doing the reporting. I mean, some of this is high level. Right now it's an admin position or an office manager position. I've looked around and it seems it should, to me anyway, should be an accounting position. At the same time, we're back to, I operate a flat organization. So everybody does a lot of different things.
Questions for Director McClure,
specific to the org chart and the.
Have you got with our HR director to talk about what that box may be reclassified as? What's that process look like?
Yeah, there is a process there that the county has. It's a lengthy process. I think I've got a sense of urgency for addressing this that makes that a challenge, but
I guess the rest of it would be about that next section, that next piece, which I think would be executive session.
Right. Yeah. Questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Rob Van Cleve. Dave and I did have a discussion, and my feedback to him, and I understand his position he's in, was that the county adopted a policy in 2010 that created a process to go through this. It can be lengthy, at least a couple of weeks, because they have to fill out forms and they have to review it. It's my understanding the county has not deviated from that since 2010.
Right.
So that's what I was just urging Dave, was to go through the process that all of the departments go through. And we can go through as quick as possible, but there's a lot of work to be done before we can come out the other end and see what the outcome is.
Yeah, and I will, since I was here in 2010, I can speak to where the policy came from, just for some background. And that's right now, I'm just talking to the policy as to why is prior to 2010, there was no real adopted policy on both on compensation, how things got reclassified, what people, what their kind of career paths were, step increases, all of that. And there was huge discrepancies from department to department, that it was basically you came to the board, you made your pitch, and if they, it was kind of a piecemeal, oh, this is a super good employee, we don't want to lose them. And so, yes. And then somebody else, either their supervisor wasn't a good advocate or didn't think and so we had all of this. And as part of that, it actually came about too, as we were looking at the total overall compensation for everybody. We went across the board. It was a big project. And we kind of committed to people, we're going to be fair. We're going to talk about boxes, not people. That was always something, I know you're sick of hearing that. You've heard that since before 2010, is that it shouldn't make any difference if I like you or love you or hate you. People should be paid fairly, based on their performance. And so it's like I was always an advocate of I don't want to know names. I don't put people's names in boxes, because we're human just like everybody. You have people that you know and like, and people you don't know. And so that's the basis of how we came up with the process. And Rob is correct. We have not really deviated from that since 2010. We've made people go through. I am sensitive to the time it can take to go through that, because you do get situations with actual people, with humans, that they need some sense of, if they're going to move or not move in a short period of time. And I don't know. I want to figure out a way to give you what you want that doesn't blow up the whole system. And that's my problem. As far as for me, it's the board's decision if they, whatever they, and we can.
I agree with that. And when we use the term follow the process, trust the process, right, we probably should do that for all things, but just an opinion.
Right. I don't know. Honestly, I've never been through the process, because obviously our boxes and compensation, we don't control any of that. So,
yeah.
So I don't know. Does it have to be that lengthy?
Basically, what has to happen is Dave, for these positions, would fill out a what do we call it here, job evaluation questionnaire, called different things, different places. He talks about what's changed, what's the same. It's fairly lengthy, 3 or 4 or 5 pages to get the detail, and then we take that back and work with them to see if it fits an existing job or doesn't. We have to create a new job description, and then I and my department would score it, and then we would also have you appoint someone from the comp committee.
Right.
And then the comp committee person would score it independently, and then Dave and I and whoever you put from the comp committee would sit down and see if we come to agreement on. And basically, to elaborate on what you said, that in the last 12 years, each position has been broken down into 7 different attributes, right? Knowledge, working conditions, and those are weighted. And so we go down and we base it on the job, the content of the job, not the person, not the department. So in some degree, it's a blind study. We don't look at, where they work. And then the county's created a system of grades and steps in those grades. And then the outcome is to place them in the appropriate grade. And then what step they're in is based on time served, time with the county in that grade.
I guess my concern is if we make an exception, then I'm trying, but if we make an exception, what stops the next department head from coming in and saying, hey, well, you can make an exception for me too?
Or frankly,
And
elected.
then why have a policy? Because I know a lot of departments and people that want some new people, and I don't want to hear this talk once a month. So that's what scares me about not following the policy we have.
Is there a way, I guess it's sort of echoing the question you had, Commissioner Slaughter, to expedite this? This particular position we've talked about repeatedly.
Right.
And I mean, it's been, we need to do something. I got the marching orders to maintain status quo budget, but we've talked, I've got to have something, and it's just sort of coming to a head here.
I think 2 weeks is probably appropriate. It have to be done by Thursday to get it on next week's agenda. So they have to go through the form, fill it out completely. Then we have to review it in our department and, look at the job descriptions. And then you have to appoint somebody. So you can do that today.
We could do that today.
Appoint somebody and then work around their schedules. I don't see how it could be done in time for Thursday 9 to be on next week. So it's more likely a week after next process.
Okay.
Can I?
Yes, of course.
I've actually been through the process in my office before. And the hardest part really is Dave's initial part, which is setting up, what the duties are for that position and answering that questionnaire or whatever. Once that's done, it's pretty fast, really.
How is it? Have you? Because I know the prosecutor served on the committee. Have you served on the committee? And is that how grueling is that?
It's not that bad, I don't think.
You served too.
The initial work.
Okay.
So they do all the work as to justifying why there should be a reclassification.
I mean, do you feel like it's a fair process? I guess is what I'm asking. As fair as it can be.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. That's such a prosecutor thing to say.
Yeah. I mean, it works.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, we will work on it as fast as we can. Dave's got the first step, and then once it gets back to us, we'll do it as quick as we can. And if you want to appoint somebody, work around their schedule, and we'll do everything we can to expedite it. We would not intentionally drag it out unnecessarily. But there's quite a bit of thought that would have to go into it on the front end, which is what
I did something similar a few years ago on seeking to reclassify office manager to an office administrator. And it did take a few weeks, but we crafted a new job description. And the box on the org chart was filled in as office manager or office administrator. The office administrator score at quite a few levels higher than the office manager based on the increased job responsibilities, things like that. Which definitely.
one thing David's talking about is creating a new position, which is a little more bumping from that. I think that position went from a clerical 3 to an office 1. And so, going from an office 1 to an office 2 is one thing. Creating one much higher step is probably a little bit more work on their part and our part, but doable.
And maybe it's an accountant one, because I've sort of looked at at that, when, on the accounting component of the job.
Well,
That's where
I mean, I
the
guess that would be a
functioning-
question I was at. Do we have any existing boxes, not in your department, in the organization that it's a closer fit that you could tweak it to that, like you said, in accounting?
Well, that's what we would determine from the form.
Right.
There is a counting position, so if, that's the direction he was trying to go, we would, we would look at the form and see if the duties match up on a consistent basis with someone doing these other jobs, not temporarily, not seasonally, but day in, day out, month in and month out. That's the job they perform. Then, if we can make that work, then.
Well, what's the board want to do?
You got my answer.
Mr. Anderson?
I'm fine with going through the reclassification. I didn't know if we still wanted to have the conversation about the individual.
Is it going to inform the, the other, because it's going to be really hard. Again, I'm sensitive to the individual problem, but it's going to be really hard for me to blow everything up. Or I don't want to say that. It's not going to blow everything up, but I know I got other folks watching right now, and I will.
Pandora's box.
Right, as far as Chris is like, oh yes. Look, she's writing right now.
Oh, I know.
She's like, I could be ready by Thursday for next week. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock. Oh, you know.
My answer is follow the process.
Yeah, I would say follow the process. I would support that. I would really ask.
Do we need to appoint somebody now? While we're
Right
sitting
now?
here?
I don't have the list in front of me.
I have them practically memorized.
We got three.
We got three sitting here.
I think Renee's on it, Chris is on it, I'm on it, Lori.
Yeah.
Whoever's not here is getting pointed.
Right, Lee's on it.
I think Ruby's on it.
Dave did I think Dave did the last one, so.
Yeah.
Maybe Renee or.
In terms of departments, Public Works, in terms of, the primary interface is there, so.
Okay, so maybe that would be a better,
Yes,
I think
yes.
Gordy's on it, Susan's
Jeff
on,
Hunter.
Jeff Hunter,
Okay, yeah.
probably somebody, with that, because that is,
Do we
again,
need to
that's,
pick one?
yeah, we have to pick
Officially?
one. Yeah.
You nominate him, I'll second it.
Yeah. We can, well, it's easier the staff because we can actually just direct them to the committee. But
I nominate Lee.
Lee, huh? How do you want a public work?
because of the accounting piece of it.
Actually,
That's
I
quite
try
a-
to create the separation, like rather than Ruby, who's in the same office.
Right. Well,
I'm trying to
definitely.
create separation, and Lee is attached to us pretty much, so that creates about as much separation as you can get.
Okay.
That's my mindset on the thing.
Yeah, I'm
I
okay.
used to have that position though prior to, it's changed a lot
Right.
because of natural resources coming in.
You good with it?
I'm fine with it, whatever
I'll
the
second
board would
the
like me to
motion.
do.
Okay, we'll do that then.
She needs more work anyway. She has nothing to do
Yeah,
around
she's
here.
sitting around here not doing anything, so,
It's stacks or stacking up.
yeah.
You could have said no. I gave you the opportunity.
Yeah, so that would be mine, is to just expedite things as quickly as we possibly can.
Yes.
Just to get an answer, because the answer may be,
Answer yes or no.
I mean, it may not, I don't know what the answer is
Yeah.
gonna be.
Okay, so who's on this committee?
So it'll be you, Lee is so it's Rob, you, and Lee.
And the timing comes down to you, because you gotta fill out all that
Well,
paper.
it sounds like you already got half of it written. You just gave half of the stuff to us as your justification, so.
Okay.
And
Sorry to
thank you
make you
for
jump through
expediting
hoops,
that.
sorry.
Thank you for expediting this through your process as well.
Okay,
All right,
sorry.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you for
Tell the
urging expeditious.
I know.
I hope it turns out.
I hope so too.
Thank you.
Okay, now,
Louis going for his chair.
do we have any open session stuff that you're aware of? Okay. Then we will go into executive session in accordance with RCW 42.30.110 (1), I think that is I for pending litigation. How much time do you want to start with? Okay, we'll start with 15 minutes. And just for folks on the call, this is our last piece of business today. I don't anticipate us having any other open session work. So thank you all for being here, and we'll see you next week.
And if it's okay with the chairman, I'm just going to X out of Zoom.
Yeah,
we're
Everyone's
done.
here.
Stop recording and exit out. Yep.
Yes.
You remember how that chair